Chapter 2198. P.S. Thanks to Hollow Man, Crystal Pendant, and Waning Moon for their precious monthly vote. 7 or 8 days later, Seito didn't see the attack he expected. Instead, he saw something else. That evening, in a public green park in downtown New York, accompanied by a golden light that appeared out of thin air and quickly expanded, a naked blonde skinny white young man with a strange mark similar to the Kabbalah tree of life on his back appeared in the huge semicircular pit caused by the golden light. The citizens who happened to be walking around curiously surrounded him and looked down at the pit. "Someone's here. Is it an alien?" "No, it doesn't look like it." "What's the pattern on his back?" "Call the police." "Hey, is this the police station?" the crowd whispered. "Help me." Perhaps he was awakened by the noisy discussion of the crowd. The man in the pit raised his head and begged in panic. What was that just now? What a strong energy fluctuation! At the same time, Seito, who felt the energy fluctuation released by the golden light when the man appeared, walked to the glass window of the suite, looked at the position where the man appeared, and whispered to himself. After he finished speaking, he instantly appeared not far from the pit where the man was. Almost at the same time, there was another beautiful girl with a slim figure, beautifully dressed, and very cute appearance. Seito, who noticed the spatial fluctuation, turned his head and looked at the girl who also looked at him. The girl who looked at Seito didn't say anything and looked away. She walked toward the crowd. Seito did the same. Soon, the two of them walked to the back of the crowd. They squeezed into the crowd in their own way and came to the edge of the pit. "Please help me." The man didn't care about his image. He stood up and looked at the crowd at the edge of the pit and begged. "Hey, can someone give him a shirt?" Just like Seito, the girl who used a teleportation-like teleportation to arrive at the scene looked at the crowd and said. Hearing the girl's words, everyone looked at each other. Then, a middle-aged man took off his jacket and threw it to the young man in the pit. The latter was immediately startled by this sudden movement and subconsciously stepped back. A guy without any information. Seito, who had been sizing up the young man in the pit ever since he arrived at the scene, thought to himself. But thinking about it, the Marvel Universe had a lot of information. From the 616 main worlds to the other parallel worlds, there were nearly 1,000 of them. There were all kinds of outtakes, supplements, and monographs piled up to fill a small room. Even if Seito tried his best to collect them, there would always be some fish in the net. What's more, with the influence of various movies and TV series, the Marvel world had long been a mess. It was normal for there to be a few characters that he didn't know about. Whoosh, then, Seito's body slipped. Following the soil surface of the pit, they descended into the pit. "Be careful," the kind-hearted people around reminded him. Seito, who came to the bottom of the pit, bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground, walked to the shivering man, and gently covered his shoulders with the clothes. "Who's going to help?" Seito looked up and asked. "Come here, buddy." A young black man standing by the pit squatted down and said. Seeing that someone responded, Seito nodded to the man. He put his arm around the young man's shoulder and brought him to the edge of the pit, helped him walk up the soil surface, and then, with the help of the young black man and another white man, the guy in the pit was sent out of the pit. Then, Seito, who had let go of his hands, put his arms on the edge of the pit and propped himself up. He climbed up the big pit. "I didn't expect you to be a good person," the girl who had come to Seito's side said softly. "Hello, my name is Chin." Seito turned his head and smiled at the girl. "My name is Jiali," the girl introduced herself. "Jiali." Seito raised an eyebrow when he heard the name. He repeated it and then looked at the girl next to him. "Do you know me?" Jiali asked, frowning when she saw Seito's change in expression. "If your Weibo name is Jiali," Seito said. "Do you really know me?" Jiali was surprised. Although she didn't say it, her reaction confirmed Seito's words. She did have a Weibo account with the name Jiali. Who doesn't know the name Hungry Beauty? Seito smiled, and at the same time, detailed information about her appeared in his mind. Jia Li's original name was Janata. She was the daughter of one of the 5 gods in the universe, the planet Devourer. However, unlike her father, who devoured planets everywhere, Janata's character was very kind. Because she couldn't bear to hurt innocent lives, she desperately endured hunger. Therefore, it could be said that she had never really eaten since she was born. However, in order to not let herself starve to death, she came up with another way to find food, which was to devour those villains and extreme alien civilizations. However, compared to a big meal like devouring planets, devouring villains and aliens was just a side dish. Apart from relieving some of her hunger, it also couldn't make her full. However, it was precisely because of her behavior that the Earth in the multiverse avoided a lot of dangers. It was not destroyed by the aliens who had discovered the Earth and were preparing to occupy it, so the Earth could exist for a long time. Therefore, the Earth in the Marvel world was able to survive under the attack of so many strange enemies. Aside from the superheroes on the surface, her existence was one of the most important reasons why the Earth could survive. But aside from that, Janata was still an ordinary girl. Although she was a very old girl, she had all the hobbies a girl should have. For example, she liked to go shopping, go to all kinds of restaurants, surf the internet, and watch TV shows at 8 o'clock. Ugh, who gave you that name? That's a terrible name. Janata, who used the name Jiali, looked upset. Although she complained on Weibo every day about not being able to eat enough, being hungry, and how to fight hunger. But to hear someone say that to her face still made her feel very uncomfortable. She wanted to eat the person who said that as a snack. Ugh, it's all over the internet. Seeing Janata's eyes light up as if she was staring at food, Han Sun felt as if he was looking at the food in front of him. Seito felt a lot of pressure from the omnipotent universe-class girl in front of him. He laughed dryly. Huh. Janata grunted and ignored Seito. She turned around and looked at the young man who had been sent to sit down. That guy is very unstable. After a while, Janata spoke seriously. His body has a lot of power. If we don't control him soon, he might destroy this place. I know. Seito nodded and admitted it. Then he asked, What do you want to do? Do you want to do it right here, or wait? Wait, Janata said after thinking for a moment. The moment she said that, a police car rang out. Accompanied by a clear siren, a police car finally arrived at the scene and stopped at the side. 2 middle-aged police officers got out of the car and walked over to the young man, who was still surrounded by many people. Is that him? One of the 2 officers asked. Yes, one of the onlookers answered. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? Asked the police officer who had received confirmation. Take me away from here. Please, they are chasing me. The young man said. Who? The police officer looked around. When he didn't see anyone suspicious, he looked back at the young man. I don't know. The young man shook his head in fear. Where are they? The police officer asked. The young man raised his head and pointed to the sky. The people around them subconsciously followed their movements and looked up at the night sky. That included Seito and Janata. It looks like he wasn't lying. Something is chasing him, Janata said quietly, her eyes flashing red. Seito nodded and didn't say anything. Because under his extraordinary eyesight, a battleship that jumped out of the universe out of thin air was reflected in his eyes. It was quietly floating in the Earth's orbit. As for the people around him, all they saw was the night sky. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. Even if someone is chasing you, sir, you can't just sit here. You can't sit here like this. Come with us. Maybe someone else in the police station can help you, the police officer said. Then, he walked forward and helped the young man, who was wearing only a jacket, up. The young man didn't resist. With the help of the police officer, he walked to a police car not far away. He sat in the back and followed the police car out of the public square. "Nice to meet you. See you later." Seeing the young man leave, Janata quickly said something. Before Seito could answer, she teleported away. Seito, who was still where he was, smiled. He teleported to catch up with the police car. Flying in the air, Janata turned around and looked at Seito, who had suddenly appeared next to her. She didn't say anything. She kept her pace and followed the police car. Seito smiled at Janata. He didn't say anything. He just flew next to her. Just like that, the two of them followed the young man back to the police station. At the same time, Seito and Janata landed. They stopped on top of a building across from the police station. They watched the situation from above. "Since you are here, you take care of the police. I will take care of the mutant," Janata said matter-of-factly. "Okay." Seito didn't mind. He smiled and agreed. Then, the two of them flashed and appeared in the police station. Then, without waiting for the police in the police station to respond, Ito Sei's divine thoughts immediately spread out, invading the minds of all the ordinary people present, suppressing their consciousness and making them freeze in place, as if they were frozen in a picture, keeping their movements in place. "I didn't know you were a psychic." Janata looked at Seito with surprise. "It's nothing." Seito smiled. It was just a casual remark, so Janata didn't dwell on it. She turned around and looked at the young man, who was panicking. "If you don't want to be hurt by me, leave Earth. This is not a place you should be," Janata said to the young man. "No. Who are you? You can't do this," the young man said quickly. "Calm down." Seeing the young man's emotions change, Seito frowned. The young man's energy was starting to activate. "Yes, you need to calm down," Janata said coldly. Then, as if in response to her words, a large number of ice crystals began to appear out of thin air, adhering to the young man's body and spreading rapidly. It seemed like he was about to turn into an ice statue. She was the daughter of the planet Devourer. She was a universal being that could do everything. She was very powerful. She could teleport through space and time, and she could use the universe's energy to do all sorts of scary things. Elemental magic was a low-level power. If she was serious, she could even change the structure of an object's molecules and transform it into matter. "No. I don't want to go back to the past. I don't want to." The young man, who was about to be frozen, shouted. Then, the young man's energy exploded. It formed a golden light that was like sunlight. It wrapped around the young man's body and broke the ice that was covering him. He was free again. "He looks angry," Seito said with a shrug. "Then, I will make him calm down again," Janata said without looking back. "Of course. But before that, we should take him away from here." Seito shrugged. After saying that, he moved and suddenly appeared in front of the young man. He grabbed the young man's arm and threw him into the sky. Pang! Under Seito's power, the young man's body became a cannonball. He broke the roof of the police station and flew into the sky. Janata did not hesitate either. She flew out of the hole and chased after the young man with the gold light. Then, Seito, who had removed the suppression on the ordinary people in the police station, quickly followed. "Huh? Where is he?" The police officer was shocked. On the other side, in the sky above New York City, Janata, who was still dressed like a city girl, swung her body. She kicked the young man's body with a clear whistle. She kicked the young man, who had just used his power to stop himself, even higher up in the sky. More than 100 tons of power created a crazy thrust. The young man's body disappeared from the atmosphere and reappeared in space. "That is crazy." Seeing the violent Janata, Ito Sei's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "That is crazy." But he did not hesitate. He moved again and chased after her. Chapter 2199. The Janata chased after him, but as it did, a few strange pieces of equipment appeared out of thin air. They were like Iron Man 3's remote-sensing battlesuit. They were all put on the flying Janata's body. When Janata flew out of the atmosphere and into space, a set of weird and beautiful equipment was on her. The equipment was dark purple in color. Aside from the tall, square-shaped hat, the rest of the equipment looked like she was wearing a different set of clothes. She had purple leather boots, purple knee-length socks, purple shoulder-bearing corset, purple arm guards, and small energy cores that emitted purple light at her chest and waist. She looked like she was cosplaying. Star Swallower suit. It looks like she wants to eat this guy. Seito's lips twitched when he saw Janata appear in space. I will give you one more chance. Leave Earth now and I will let you go. Janata crossed his arms in front of his chest. Beneath his helmet, his red eyes flashed with disdain. He looked at the young man with disdain. Don't even think about it, the young man shouted. Then, Han-sen reached out his hands. A transparent universe energy beam was fired at the Janata. Janata, who was the target of the attack, did not move. She coldly smiled at the young man. In the next moment, there was a soft poof sound. The universe energy beam that the young man released was blocked by an energy shield. When the young man saw this, his face changed. He did not believe it, so he continued to attack Janata. The result was the same as before. It was all blocked by the Janata's energy shield. Is that enough? It is my turn now, Janata coldly said. After she said that, a U-shaped set of weapons and equipment appeared behind the Ghana Tower. The two ports connected to her waist, and they started to absorb energy. Then, the weapons that looked like cannons started to shine. They started to attack the young man. The energy beams were like rain. They hit the young man, who only had energy. His consciousness was still that of a normal person. Silently, the energy radiance dispersed, and the young man's body was quickly sent flying backward. Janata reached out her right arm. A strong suction force exploded from her palm. It was like a black hole, sucking in the universe. He quickly grabbed the young man who was flying backward and pulled his body back to him. The young man knew he shouldn't have gone there. His body shone, and he broke free from the suction force of Janata. He spun around and flew away. But under the suction of the Ghana Tower, his speed wasn't very fast. It was like the airplanes on Earth, which had air resistance and gravity. His speed wasn't very fast. The young man's eyes flashed. Seito's body appeared in front of him. He spun his leg. A heavy kick landed on the young man's body. Idusei's power and the Ghana Tower's suction power combined. The young man's body flew towards the Ghana Tower like a meteor. He was in front of her in the blink of an eye. Janata's suction force stopped. She opened her mouth and sucked. Suddenly, a suction force that was even stronger than the previous one burst out, pulling the young man's body towards her mouth. During this process, it was like the young man was under a spell. His body became smaller and smaller. In the end, he was only the size of a finger. He was quickly sucked into Janata's mouth. She closed her mouth and swallowed. He was eaten. I was looking forward to it, but in the end it was only a dozen calories. So weak. The Janata, who had swallowed the young man, smacked its lips and spoke with dissatisfaction. She raised her head and looked at Seito, who had just returned. Don't look at me like that. It puts me under a lot of pressure, Seito said with a dry laugh. Don't worry. If you do something bad, I won't eat you. Janata stopped looking at Han's senator. She rubbed her hungry belly and lifted her lips. When you say that, I feel even more pressure. Itomori whispered with a smirk on his face. What did you say? Because the universe did not allow sound transmissions, Seito did not use his power to protect the sound wave. Janata did not hear what Seito had said. Nothing. I was just thinking that we should go and meet those guys. Itose quickly shook his head, then looked at the small shuttle not far away, and changed the topic. You are right. Janata, who was also looking at the ship, nodded in agreement. Then, he moved and flew towards the small spaceship. Itosei on the side also did the same. It was unknown if they were scared by Janata's cannibalism, or if they were shocked by Janata's power, but before Seito and Janata could get close, a halo lit up. A silver-haired woman wearing a dark blue uniform appeared. Her right eye and right arm had bright yellow quantum energy flowing through it. She was accompanied by a young man wearing a dark blue uniform. He looked like a human, but his forehead had a blue gem. Then, the white-haired woman introduced herself in the friendliest tone. "Hello, I am Quasar from the Guardian of the Galaxy. He is Adam. Thank you for helping us eliminate my Kelva." "My Kelva? That guy?" Janata asked. "Yes." Quasar nodded. "Guardian of the Galaxy." Ito Seiji narrowed his eyes and repeated the name. He didn't expect to meet the Guardian of the Galaxy here at this time. Because in his memory, the earliest contact with the members of the Guardian of the Galaxy should have been around the time Thanos came to Earth. That is, after the end of the Secret War, not now. "It seems that you have heard of us." Adam turned his head and looked at Seito. "Yes," Ito-sei admitted in a low voice, then looked up at the light green and almost blue-clear gemstone inlaid on Adam's forehead, which was emitting a familiar soul power all the time, and said with some uncertainty, "Soul stone?" "Yes, this is the main reason why we can communicate with you directly now," Adam replied. "Is it a spirit stone? Was it not taken by Thanos? Or, at this time, Thanos did not use the timeline to grab the Infinity Stone?" Seito heard Adam's admission and his eyes moved. He was interested in the Spirit Stone on Adam's head. "The only thing I am worried about is whether Thanos will come to us because of this. Since you know about us, it is easy to say. We came here to hunt Mike Kelva. We have no intention of being enemies with you." Quasar looked at Seito and Janata and explained. "What is the Guardian of the Galaxy?" Janata turned her head and looked at Seito beside her. Although she jumped out of the timeline or space, or even the parallel universe to look for food, she did not know about the Guardian of the Galaxy, a small organization in the Milky Way. Besides the fact that her range of activities was not in the Milky Way, she generally did not contact people when she was on the move. Naturally, she would not have heard of the Guardian of the Galaxy, which was similar to an official organization. It is a civil organization that specializes in maintaining the peace of the universe in the Milky Way and fighting interstellar crime. It is similar to the Avengers Alliance on Earth. The leader is called Star-Lord and they are members. Seito looked at Quasar and Adam and explained to Janata. "I see. Then there is no problem." Janata, who understood the nature of the Guardian of the Galaxy, said with a look of realization. "It is nice to meet you too. We still need to report to the headquarters." "Goodbye," Quasar said. "Goodbye," Janata said politely. "Wait." However, just as Quasar and Adam were about to teleport back, Seito's voice suddenly sounded in their ears, stopping them. Immediately afterward, Seito moved. Before Adam and Quasar and Janata could react, he appeared in front of Adam. His right hand stretched forward, and his index, middle, and thumb pinched the edge of the Spirit Stone like a claw. He pulled back his arm and forcefully took the Spirit Stone off Adam's forehead. Blood sprayed out from Adam's forehead. "What are you doing?" Quasar asked angrily. Seito ignored Quasar's question. He flipped his hand and put away the Spirit Stone. Then, he flicked his finger and sent a green life force into Adam's body. In an instant, the wound on Adam's forehead twitched, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, it became a bright and clean forehead once again. If not for the blood that had not completely spread out on both sides of his forehead, no one would be able to tell that his forehead was previously injured. "Okay, you guys can go now." Seito returned to Janata and spoke coldly. Janata looked at Seito strangely, but she did not say anything. She crossed her arms and stood aside like a bystander. "Yen percent," Quasar said angrily. Without the Spirit Stone's buff, Quasar could no longer use his spirit power to communicate. The words he spoke sounded like gibberish to Sei Ito's ears. As for Janata, with her equipment, she could receive unlimited knowledge from the universe. She was not affected. She could still easily understand Quasar's language. I am going back to Earth. Do you want to come too? Sei Ito, who did not care about Quasar, said to Janata. Chapter 2200. Aside from Janata's power, which made Sei Ito feel a lot of pressure, no matter if it was Adam or the Quasar, their powers could hurt him, but the difference in levels was not something that could be overcome with power alone. So, as long as Janata did not want to eat him, Sei Ito did not care about the Guardian of the Galaxy at all. He did not care about the Guardian of the Galaxy's power, but the Quasar did not think the same. Although the performance of the Ghana Tower was indeed very exaggerated, and it was able to defeat and eat Mike Kelva, who was a headache to the Guardian of the Galaxy, in just 2 or 3 moves, which shocked them. But this had nothing to do with Ito-sei. So, in the eyes of the Guardian of the Galaxy, Sei Ito was just there to help. He was not as strong as Janata. So, the moment Sei Ito ignored him, the Quasar's right arm condensed into a pure quantum lightsaber. It slashed towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who had been attacked, disappeared. He was cut in half by the Quasar's lightsaber. But in the next second, another Sei Ito appeared behind the Quasar. His right hand became a knife, and he slashed towards the Quasar's neck. Under the attack of Ito-sei's mysterious martial arts technique, even though the Quasar could see it clearly and felt that he could completely resist it, his neck was still accurately hit by Ito-sei's palm in the next moment. He couldn't even defend himself before he fainted, and his soul gem was forcibly removed. Adam, who was also unconscious, became a floating corpse in space. Let's have a meal together. Sei Ito, who had taken care of the Quasar's resistance, looked at Janata and invited her. What you are doing right now is criminal. Are you not afraid that I will eat you? Janata looked at Sei Ito with interest. That inexplicable tone, even Ito-sei, who had telepathy, could not tell the hidden meaning of these words. I am fighting against aliens. Sei Ito smiled. I am protecting Earth from alien invasion. You have to know that in the past 6 months, Earth has been harmed by aliens too many times. I don't want our fragile Earth to be targeted by new guys. Didn't you say the Guardian of the Galaxy was a righteous organization? Janata asked. I only heard that. Who knows what the Guardian of the Galaxy is really like? Hield. He calls himself a righteous organization. Do you think he doesn't do a lot of dirty work? Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders. Janata blinked. He did not say anything. Let's go. When we leave, their companions will come pick them up. Sei Ito looked at the small ship that was silent. Then, his body flashed and left the universe. He returned to Earth below. Janata looked at the small ship that the Guardian of the Galaxy members were in. She smiled. He put away the Star Devourer's suit and activated his teleportation ability to return to Earth. But she did not meet up with Sei Ito, who was waiting on the ground. She appeared on another street. She was like an ordinary girl in the city. She wandered around the busy streets. It looks like Sister Swallow is just like any other girl. She's not easy to talk to. Ito-sei had been waiting for a while, but the Janata had yet to appear. He shook his head and laughed. But that is good. I don't have to worry about the consequences of tricking Sister Swallow away. After that, Sei Ito walked away. He wandered around the busy streets of New York. When night fell, Sei Ito returned to his hotel. He closed the door and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, swallow this thing. Standing in the Rubik's Cube world, Sei Ito looked at the soul gem floating in front of him. It was still glowing. The next moment, the Rubik's Cube world's space was turbulent. Then, the soul gem that was glowing suddenly lit up. It released a powerful soul power. It was like a shockwave. It went straight for Sei Ito's mind. You overestimate yourself. Seito laughed coldly. Then, his primordial spirit moved. His powerful consciousness spread out. It was stronger than the soul gem's attack. It went straight for the soul power. Poof! An invisible ripple spread out from the point of contact between the two forces. Then, Seito's soul power went straight for the soul gem. It hit the surface of the soul gem hard. Pang! No! In an instant, the soul gem exploded into powder, and a scream like that of a human dying came out from it. Humph! An independent consciousness formed by a mixed soul wants to take over my body. What a wishful thinking! Seito sneered. Yes, in this soul gem, there is an independent consciousness that is completely absent in the other 5 infinity stones. However, because the way it was born was the assembly of multiple souls, the huge soul power in the soul gem was not fully used, and the quality was also very low. Otherwise, Seito was not sure that his soul strength could withstand the attack of this soul gem that included all the souls in the universe. Then, the soul power visible to the naked eye gushed out of the soul gem, forming a huge soul tide. It quickly spread to the western part of the Rubik's Cube world. Under the full devouring of the Rubik's Cube, it gradually merged into the void. Did Tony Stark give up? Seito, who was standing in front of the large window of the suite where he lived and overlooking the streets of New York, was full of surprise. At this time, it has been more than a month since the appearance of Mike Curva and the Guardian of the Galaxy. Since that day, in order to make it easier for Tony's men to find him, Seito has almost become an otaku. In addition to the regular nurturing of the new heavenly sword that was conceived after 9 days of 9 extremes, he stayed in the suite and used the computer in the suite to surf the internet. From time to time, he would check Weibo and talk to Ghana to increase their friendship, so that he would not be swallowed alive by Ghana if he did something out of line one day. But to Itosei's surprise, it was not until more than a month later that Itosei had improved his relationship with Sister Tun to the point where they could go out for snacks together. Tony Stark and his S.H.I.E.L.D. subordinates did not come to find trouble with him, making Itosei feel like his thoughts had gone down the drain. It was very uncomfortable. In that case, I might as well take the initiative to attack. It's also time to capture a few gods to draw power. After thinking about it, Seito's figure flashed and left the hotel suite where he lived. Chapter 2201. P.S. Thank you to Load Into the Sky, Solon, and Sacred Knight for their precious monthly votes. It seems that you're living a good life. On the street of a certain district in New York, Itosei suddenly appeared and looked at Hercules, the god of strength, who was still dressed like an ancient Greek gladiator and gnawing on a hot dog in his hand. Who are you? Hercules, who heard the voice, turned his head and looked at the strange Seito. You can call me Chen, Seito said lightly. Chen? The guy who was marked as an extremely dangerous person by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hercules stuffed the hot dog in his hand into his mouth, turned around, and looked up and down at Seito in surprise. In his eyes, Seito was an ordinary person who had lost a lot of weight. He had neither strong muscles nor strong energy and aura similar to those of other superpowers. Even his sense of presence was not as strong as ordinary people. He really couldn't understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. would list such a guy as a dangerous person. But how could he know that all this was because Seito deliberately restrained himself? If he really wanted to do what he did and unleash his full power, not to mention the entire New York, there would be no normal person within 100 meters of him. But doubts aside, Hercules, who had lived in the United States for a long time and had some understanding of the rules of the United States, did not doubt it. He was still alert in his heart, but he did not take out his full attention to guard. If there is no second person in the United States who matches the characteristics, then I am the guy you are talking about. Seito smiled. What are you looking for me for? Hercules wondered. A fight. Further, I'm going to take you back, Seito said lightly. Take me? Ha 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 ha. this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Good job, man. Hercules was stunned at first. Then, he suddenly laughed out loud and praised loudly. Hey, why doesn't anyone believe the truth? Do I have to send you flying before I can understand? You Western gods really don't have a normal way of thinking. Ito-say sighed. After saying that, he moved and appeared in front of Hercules in the blink of an eye, punching Hercules in the face. Bang! The air vibrated and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. Heracles' body was sent flying like a cannonball, as if he had been hit by a speeding heavy truck. A strong gust of wind was stirred up as it crashed heavily into a building 100 meters away, deeply embedding itself in it. Bang! Walla lala, ah! The passers-by who were startled let out terrified screams. Seito, who had completed the attack, did not move. He stood in place and looked at the building that Hercules had crashed into. The next moment, with a crash, Hercules walked out of the damaged building, his face full of anger and unscathed. His footsteps were as heavy as a mountain, making muffled thuds as he stepped on the ground. He walked toward Seito step by step. A moment later, Hercules walked in front of Seito. With a height of nearly 2 meters, he looked down at Seito, who was half a head shorter than him. With a fierce look, Hercules gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you have angered me." Seito's response was simple. He punched Hercules in the face with a technique that was far beyond Hercules' conscious perception. Bang! This time, Hercules did not fly out like before. Instead, his body shook and he staggered and fell to one side. Very obviously, after the blow just now, Hercules had basically stopped looking down on Zhang Heng. He had unleashed all his strength. Only his super-strong resistance and the tough body of an Eternal could resist Seito's tremendous force that could destroy a mountain so easily without being hurt. Seeing Seito's ungrateful behavior, Hercules was furious. He roared and waved his arm, which was as thick as an adult human's thigh, at Seito. Hercules' strength surged. His arm brought a strong wind with it, roaring toward Seito. Although Seito had a general idea of Hercules' strength, he had never experienced it directly. He did not dodge. Instead, he grabbed the ground and twisted his body. He used a martial arts technique to twist all his strength into one and punched Hercules' palm with his fist. Boom! Then, a thunderous sound immediately rang out from the place where the two men's fists and palms collided. A powerful shockwave spread rapidly in all directions. The glass on all the surrounding buildings suddenly shattered under the shock of the shockwave, turning into countless pieces of varying sizes that flew and fell to the ground. Crackle, as for the ground where the two were standing, it shattered under the impact of their tremendous force. A large patch of dark cracks spread out like a spider web. The next moment, the two moved together and continued to punch each other with their fists. Continuous sounds of explosions and powerful shock waves rippled out from between the two of them, shooting out in all directions without restraint. Under the influence of their battle, cracks began to appear on the surface of the surrounding buildings. The ground was damaged, and various public facilities and parked vehicles were destroyed like trash. They were sent flying, making the surroundings look like it was the end of the world. Boom! After another explosion, Seito and Hercules separated in the middle. Ha 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 ha, awesome! It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight with someone. Hercules laughed with a comfortable expression on his face. As expected of a guy who originally had universe-level power. Even if he exhausted his power in the War of Chaos, he still has more than 100 tons of power left. That's terrifying. But fortunately, this guy is only proficient in close combat. He doesn't know anything about magic or energy attacks, so it's much easier to deal with him. Seito thought to himself as he stared at Hercules, who was laughing wildly. He opened his hands slightly to relieve the numbness in his palms caused by the shock wave. After laughing, Hercules looked at Sei-Ito with glowing eyes and said loudly, "Boy, let's do it again." "Okay." Sei-Ito, who was also excited, responded loudly. Then, the two of them moved at the same time and collided once again. The explosion and the terrifying shock wave that had stopped not long ago reverberated in the street again, destroying the surrounding buildings and facilities that had long been in ruins. This time, Sei-Ito was not foolish enough to compete with Hercules in terms of strength. Although he still did not use various abilities to assist him due to his pride, he used all his martial arts techniques, martial arts will, and transcending consciousness. In the beginning, Hercules could still rely on his own strength to resist. But as time went by, his ability to resist became weaker and weaker, and his heart was filled with irritation and frustration. Finally, not long after, Sei-Ito seized the opportunity to flip over and throw Hercules to the ground. Bang! Under the violent impact, a large piece of the ground, which had become extremely fragile due to the battle between the two, immediately collapsed, forming a crater with a diameter of more than 5 meters. "Damn it!" Hercules cursed loudly. "You lost, Hercules," Sei-Ito said faintly, and then his fist fell and hit Hercules' head. Bang! Under the impact of the huge force, Hercules' head suddenly sank into the ground. "I, Hercules, will never lose." Hercules, who did not faint completely because of this blow, said loudly. At the same time, he raised his hands and grabbed Sei-Ito's body. Sei-Ito's figure flashed and dodged from Hercules' body. "Sure enough, to deal with a guy like you who can't die even with cosmic force, it's better to use energy attacks." Sei-Ito sighed in a low voice. Then Sei-Ito, who had defeated Hercules through martial arts, raised his arm to the sky and summoned a sun out of thin air. "What is that?" Seeing the second sun appear in the sky, the New Yorkers, SHIELD, and the senior officials of the U.S. government all looked at the sky in shock and horror, muttering to themselves, "What is that?" At the same time, Hercules also stared blankly at the second sun that appeared in the sky. Although there is also the Olympian divine system in the Marvel Universe and the sun god Apollo, Apollo's ability is only to control flames and temperature. He can create high temperatures similar to the sun, but there is no way to really create a new sun. Even Zeus, who has mastered all natural elements and even has an unknown divine power beyond the universe, could not do this. Only the bastard magic of the great demonic god Thon and the berserk Scarlet which could do this. Therefore, it is not too surprising that Hercules would be stunned by the second sun in the sky. Good luck, Hercules. I hope you don't have much sin on you and your body is strong enough. Otherwise, I will have to collect your body regretfully. Sei-Ito looked at Hercules, who was half squatting on the ground and staring blankly at the sky, and said faintly. Without waiting for Hercules to respond, Xian's arm fell and pointed at Hercules. At the same time, the new sun in the sky immediately turned into a flaming meteor with a long white tail flame, falling in the direction of Hercules. Fu Ck. Seeing the sun set, Hercules' expression changed greatly. He cursed, jumped up from the ground, shot into the air like a rocket, and landed on the top of the building next to him. Then, without stopping, he quickly jumped to another building. But what made Hercules' expression change sharply was that the falling flaming meteor suddenly stopped halfway, as if it could track him. No matter how he jumped and dodged, it still kept chasing him. Chapter 2202 Motherf ** Cur. Hercules cursed when he saw the sun chasing after him. Then he turned his foot, changed direction, and leaped out with more force. Under the tremendous force of more than 100 tons, the building under Hercules' feet immediately collapsed with a bang. But the result was that Hercules leaped thousands of meters in an instant, came to the side of a river, and fell vertically into it. Bang! Wallalala! Hercules' body sank into the water like a boulder, stirring up a column of water into the sky. He then turned into a large number of scattered water droplets and fell back into the river. The moment Hercules dived into the water, the sun formed by the power of the white horse appeared over the river and plunged into it without hesitation. Whoosh! Under the burning of the scorching flames that were thousands of degrees high, the entire water surface instantly boiled. Bubbles of various sizes popped up one after another, spurting out waves of white steam. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire river seemed to be shrouded in fog, becoming hazy. Seito also appeared on the side of the river shrouded in steam. Aura gathered in his eyes, and he used sky observation to detect Hercules' whereabouts. Soon, about 300 meters downstream of the river, Seito saw Hercules running quickly under the muddy riverbed. Seito, who had locked onto Hercules, did not hesitate. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Hercules' position. The next moment, sparkling and translucent frost appeared out of thin air and froze the surface of the river with a cracking sound. Without slowing down, it continued to freeze toward the bottom of the river, reaching where Hercules was in an instant. Hercules, who was at the bottom of the river, changed his expression slightly. He waved his fist, stirring up turbulent whirlpools, and destroyed the freezing process of the river with great force. Seito, who had seen Hercules' behavior on the riverbed through sky observation, did not care. He just summoned more ice from the void and froze the water within 500 meters of Hercules. With Ito-Sei's full effort, it did not take long for a huge section of ice, more than 1,000 meters long, to appear in the river. Unsurprisingly, Hercules, who was struggling to resist, was also frozen in it. Of course, Seito also knew that this level of freezing could not hold Hercules for long, so he did not hesitate. He immediately used psychokinesis to split the ice crystal encasing Hercules and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Even if Hercules broke free from the ice, he would not be able to escape the suppression of the Rubik's Cube world, let alone escape from the Rubik's Cube world and return to the Marvel Universe. One down. Seito, who had finished dealing with Hercules, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he flipped his palm and took out a book of the elves. He connected the previously made port to the Marvel World's Earth satellite and Earth's network and searched for the remaining target personnel. It seems that someone has come knocking on my door. Seito was amused as he looked at one of the light spots on the Book of the Elves that represented the target person moving quickly toward him. Then he closed the Book of the Elves, put it away, and stood in place, waiting. The other party did not let Seito wait for long. A little more than 5 minutes later, a person wearing green slim pants and a green off-the-shoulder top appeared. A slim, black-haired young woman with white satin ribbons on both sides of her forehead appeared in Seito's sight. She flew at high speed from the air to a large part of the river in the middle. This person was none other than a member of the Eternals from Mount Olympus in the Greek pantheon. It was the sorceress Circe. As she flew closer, she noticed Seito standing on the edge of the river. She slowly reduced her flying speed and landed on the ground about 20 meters away from Seito. She walked step by step towards Seito like an ordinary person. "Oh my God! Can you tell me what happened here?" A moment later, Circe, who had walked to Seito's side, exclaimed like an ordinary person who had seen a strange scene. She asked the only person left at the scene, Seito, with a look of surprise on her face. Seito turned his head, grinned at Circe, and answered straightforwardly, "A big guy fell into the water, so I froze him with ice and sent him into the cage I created." However, under the influence of his words, Circe found his behavior frightening. She, who had lived for thousands of years, couldn't help but take half a step back. "You're scared." Seito laughed strangely. "But don't worry, I've always been very friendly to women, especially beautiful women. As long as you cooperate, I won't hurt you." "I don't understand what you're talking about." Circe took another step back and shook her head. "No, you do, my dear sorceress Circe. Seito said as he took a step forward. Circe's pupils shrank when her identity was exposed. She finally stopped pretending and asked, "Who are you? I believe you've heard of my name before." "I'm Chun," Seito said as he took another step forward. "Stand there and don't move. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Circe said sternly. Although she looked like a weak young woman in her 20s, she was, after all, an old monster who had lived in the human world for more than 1,000 years. Although she was often kind to others, she was absolutely not a murderer. She had killed many vampires, demons, aliens, and so on in her long life in the human world. Therefore, when she said, "You're welcome," it was not a bluff used by ordinary women to scare people. She really had the ability to make her enemies suffer, and even make them pay the price of death. Seito stopped, raised his hands as if surrendering, and said with a chuckle, "Okay, I can stand here and not move, but I hope you can cooperate, Miss Circe. Otherwise, I'll have to do what you said and be rude to you." "What do you want?" Circe asked in a deep voice. "I want to ask you to come with me," Seito replied. "I refuse." Circe refused without hesitation. "Then I have no choice but to offend you," Seito said regretfully as he shook his head. After saying that, he raised his arm, and a crimson rope of light instantly appeared beside Circe. Like a snake, the rope coiled around Circe's body. Binding Path's ninth strike. Perhaps it was because the Rubik's Cube world had swallowed the soul gem, but Seito felt that the power of the demonic path he used this time was much stronger than before. Circe's expression changed when she saw that she was bound by Xian's strange magic. She did not dare to hesitate and immediately activated her special ability, molecular control. Immediately afterwards, the crimson rope of light formed by Circe's soul power changed shape. It broke apart under the support of Circe's arms and turned into photon particles that quickly melted into the air. Circe, who had regained her freedom, pointed at Seito and used the same method to change the molecular structure of Seito's body. If one were to describe it in a more simple and direct way, it would be transfiguration, because in Greek mythology, Circe, the daughter of the sun god, was a terrifying witch who was proficient in transfiguration and magic potions. It was just that in the Marvel Universe, everything was based on energy, so even transfiguration needed the support of energy. However, it would also be restrained by active energy. Therefore, Seito's energy surged and easily broke Circe's transfiguration. Circe's expression changed when she saw that her transformation technique had failed. She immediately waved her hand to summon a large amount of water from the river next to her. She used the transformation technique to construct a water dragon, and then under the control of her mind, she blasted it towards Itose. However, Seito, who was the target of the attack, did not even try to block it. He walked towards Circe step by step as if he did not see it. Then, the next second, there was a muffled bang. Circe's transfiguration spell was blocked by a transparent barrier that faintly appeared beside Seito. Seeing this, Circe's expression changed again. As Seito approached, she could not help but take 2 steps back. Circe pointed at the ground and made it split open. However, Seito, who was walking on the ground, was not affected at all. He continued walking towards her as if he was walking on flat ground. After that, Circe used her mind to create flames from the void and aimed them at Itose. However, the result was the same. The invisible barrier around Itose's body blocked the flames, and he walked out of the flames unscathed. Then, she used icicles, gales, acid, but no matter what she used, she could not even break through the transparent barrier around Seito, let alone hurt him. All of her attacks disappeared into the air. Knowing that she could not do anything to Seito, Circe was helpless. She immediately leaped into the air, and flew into the distance as if she was fleeing. "Why don't you stay, beautiful Circe?" Seito chuckled when he saw Circe running away. With a thought, he suddenly teleported in front of Sei, who had not flown far away. Before she could react, he grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up. Ugh! Circe groaned in pain as her face turned red from the strangling. Stop! However, just as Seito was about to knock Circe out and throw her into the Rubik's Cube world, more than a dozen mechas that looked like the Iron Man suits from several generations ago flew towards Seito. They raised their repulsive weapons forward, aimed at Seito's body, and shouted to stop. Chapter 2203. Seito glanced indifferently at this group of special forces belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. and ignored them. With a shake of his arm, a hidden force blasted into Circe's body and exploded into her brain, forming a soft but powerful impact that spread out in her mind. In an instant, Circe felt her head buzzing and her consciousness quickly became blurred. Seeing that Circe had lost her resistance, Seito put Circe into the magic cube world, then turned around and looked at the group of uninvited guests who had suddenly arrived. However, at this time, in addition to the dozens of mecha warriors flying in the sky, the green giant and the red giant also appeared on the ground. They were like two big monsters staring at Itose. What a big lineup! Seito, who saw all this, chuckled. There was nothing to say about the Hulk. It was Dr. Bruce Banner who had suffered an excessive amount of gamma rays. But the red giant had to be mentioned. His original name was Ross, and he was a famous hawkish general in the United States, nicknamed the Thunderbolt General. But in addition to this, he was also Bruce Banner's father-in-law, the father of his wife, Betty Ross Banner, and the nemesis of the Hulk. Before he transformed into Red Hulk, he was mainly responsible for hunting down the Hulk. The reason why the two of them could stand here together now, in addition to the fact that the relationship between the two had been slightly eased with the help of Betty over the years, was also because both of them were now registered members of the Superhuman Registration Act. They were personally assigned by Iron Man Tony, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to come here to save the innocent woman kidnapped by Seito, and to arrest him as much as possible. Surrender, Chun. Although he had become Red Hulk, Ross, who still thought of himself as a beauty, pointed at Seito suspended in the air and said loudly in a righteous voice similar to, "I am on the side of justice." Idiot! Seito glanced at Red Hulk with disdain. He cursed indifferently. Although you are an enemy, I agree with you. He is indeed an idiot. Green Hulk said in a gloating tone. Do you want to fight, Green Monster? Red Hulk was enraged when he heard that. He immediately turned his head and glared at Green Hulk in provocation. If you want. Green Hulk clasped his hands together and used his palms to press the knuckles of his right fist until they made cracking sounds. He looked at Red Hulk without showing any signs of weakness. Red Hulk did not speak. He just turned around and faced the Hulk. In an instant, an austere atmosphere filled the air between the two giants. Both of you, don't forget the important matter at hand. The captain of the mech troopers could not help but remind them. However, the two of them, who had already entered a state of infighting, ignored him. Fortunately, Tony, who sent Hulk out to fight, had already thought of this possibility. So after seeing the two giants preparing to fight each other regardless of the mission through the screen, he immediately asked Maria Hill to call Betty Ross Banner to the bridge. Dad, Banner, if you have any problems, let's talk about it when we get home. Can we get down to business first? Later, Betty Ross Banner, who came to the bridge, connected the communication and said helplessly to the two who were about to fight on the screen. Okay. Hulk looked at Red Hulk. He agreed in a deep voice. Mind your own business. Red Hulk said in a muffled voice. Then the two turned around one after another and turned their attention back to Seito in midair. Didn't they fight? That's a pity. Seeing the two of them calm down, Seito said with regret, but then again, Hulk, when did you become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lackey? Could it be that you've already forgotten how they attacked and hurt you? Boy, I know what you mean, but this method is useless against me. Now let me teach you a good lesson. Hulk was silent for a moment when he heard that. Then he slammed his fists together, and a strange smile full of ridicule flashed across his huge green face. After that, he stomped on the ground. While stepping on the ground, a cobweb-like crack appeared. His body rushed to the front of Ito-sei like a cannonball. She hugged his body. "I don't like being hugged by a man." Seito chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from Green Hulk's arms in an instant, leaving Green Hulk holding nothing. Attack! At the same time, the mech soldiers also quickly turned their muzzles and launched an attack at Seito, who reappeared in midair. In an instant, a large number of energy beams flew towards Seito like rain. Ito-sei, who was in the middle of the attack, didn't move. With a thought, he used his teleportation ability to move one of the dozens of mecha soldiers in front of him. He used him as a meat shield to block the light beam that was flying towards him. "No! No! Stop!" The mech soldiers who were attacking around him shouted. But as ordinary people, how could they control the energy beams that had already flown out? Immediately, there were several consecutive bang-bang sounds, and the mech soldier who was used as a meat shield by Seito immediately shattered, and the mech soldier fell to the ground like a falling object. Seeing this, Red Hulk, who was about to attack, leaped and reached out to catch the falling mech soldier in the air. But Seito, who had the initiative to attack, was unforgiving. He grabbed at all the mech soldiers around him, and those mech soldiers found that the individual mechs they were wearing immediately became uncontrollable. Under the control of an invisible force, they collided with each other. Bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. Then, the mech soldiers exploded one after another, and then fell to the ground one after another like dumplings in a pot. Who? At this moment, Hulk, who had failed his previous surprise attack, reappeared, and with a strong wind, he punched at Seito. Seito, who knew Hulk's strength, did not resist. He slid in the air like skating in an arc and came behind Hulk. He slapped his palm forward, driving the surrounding world's spirit energy to form a huge transparent palm, and slapped Hulk's body as if he was swatting a fly. In an instant there was a muffled bang, and Hulk's body immediately turned into a green light and flew into the distance. Seito has no interest in Hulk, a terrifying guy who theoretically has no upper limit to his strength. He can't be used as a specimen for research, nor can he extract his power for others to use. Keeping him will easily become a disaster, so even if he knows that he can obtain a huge amount of world force by taking him down, Seito is not going to send him into the magic cube world to absorb and collect. Then, Seito, who had slapped Hulk away with one blow, moved again and appeared in front of Red Hulk on the ground. "Boy, go to hell!" Red Hulk, who saw Seito, said loudly. As he said that, he rushed towards Seito. Seito, who was standing still, shook his head in amusement. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the ground in front of Red Hulk. A pit more than half a meter deep instantly appeared in front of Red Hulk. Red Hulk, who was caught off guard, stepped into the pit, causing Red Hulk to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground shattered and a large cloud of dust was raised. Then Seito's finger pointed again, and a large amount of soil gushed out from the ground on both sides of Red Hulk's body. It spontaneously gathered together in the center behind him, forming a string of soil ropes of 10 centimeters, and tied Red Hulk, who was lying on the ground. Then, the soil ropes lit up and turned into some kind of superalloy metal in a ray of light, completely restraining Red Hulk, who was struggling to get up, to the ground. Of course, the ground Red Hulk was lying on at this time also turned into some kind of extremely strong superalloy metal, just like the soil ropes binding him. "I hope you won't be beaten into a pig's head by Green Hulk." Seito looked at Red Hulk, who was struggling hard, and said with a smile, "Bastard!" Red Hulk roared loudly. "Bye-bye, idiot." Seito laughed. After saying that, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Red Hulk's eyes. Then, after about 2 minutes, accompanied by a whistling sound, Green Hulk's bulky figure suddenly appeared in the sky and fell heavily to the ground like a meteorite. Bang! The ground cracked, and a cloud of dust was raised. Where is he? Green Hulk looked at the scene where there was no trace of Saito. Idiot, the criminal has already run away. Red Hulk scolded angrily. Who are you calling an idiot? Green Hulk's eyes were filled with anger as he walked up to Red Hulk, who was restrained on the ground, and looked down at Red Hulk condescendingly. I'm talking about you. Red Hulk, who was filled with anger, said without any trace of politeness. Looks like you want to suffer some physical pain. Green Hulk clenched his fists and said fiercely, making cracking sounds. Let me go if you dare. Red Hulk provoked. No, I like your current appearance very much. It's just right for me to teach you a lesson. As the incarnation of Bruce Banner, Green Hulk was not stupid at all. He rejected Red Hulk's proposal without hesitation and said with a sinister smile. After saying that, he waved his arm and punched Red Hulk's face fiercely. Bang! Bastard! Red Hulk scolded. But what responded to him was another punch from Green Hulk. On the other side, Saito, who knew that his behavior had attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., did not continue to find trouble with Ares, another member of the Greek Protoss who was active in New York. Instead, with a thought, he used instant transmission to leave New York and even the United States and appeared near Wakanda, South Africa, the hometown of Black Panther. With the guidance of his innate sense, he moved towards Wakanda. Chapter 2204. The Kingdom of Wakanda was an ancient country in East Africa. It had been around for hundreds of years. However, unlike the old traditions of the country and the backward image of Africa, the Kingdom of Wakanda had very advanced science and technology. In terms of development, it was at least 20 to 30 years more advanced than the most advanced science in the outside world. Moreover, its system was unique and had many different scientific and technological achievements that were not available in the outside world. In addition, the Kingdom of Wakanda was also a country rich in minerals. It had the rarest mineral in the world, vibranium, the rare metal used to make Captain America's shield. Therefore, in the past 100 years, the Kingdom of Wakanda had been coveted, attacked, and persecuted because of its mineral deposit. However, this was not the main reason why Idose came to Wakanda. The reason why he came to Wakanda was that he was attracted by Wakanda's technology. Wakanda's technology was one of the few perfect technologies in the world that combined science and magic. In terms of results, although it was not as exaggerated as Dr. Destruction's, it was more stable and could be promoted. Of course, it could not be compared to the mature magical technology in Magical Girl Naya's world. However, it was a very suitable choice to supplement the basic system. With the guidance of his innate spiritual sense, Saito smoothly stepped into the territory of Wakanda and came to the general residential area that they used to communicate with the outside world. Finally, he stopped in front of a rather unique African mud house. I want to see your king. Please help me inform him, Saito said to the middle-aged man in front of him. I can help you, but I can't guarantee that the king will see you, the middle-aged man replied. You don't have to worry about that. Just tell him my name and he will see me, Saito said with a smile. I wonder what your name is. The middle-aged man was stunned. His attitude immediately became respectful, and he asked respectfully. Chun, Saito said with a smile. Okay. Please wait for a moment. The middle-aged man nodded and said. Then, he muttered to the black woman beside him in the African dialect. He got up and left the house, heading to the center of the kingdom where Black Panther was. 20 minutes later, the middle-aged black man who had left earlier appeared in the room with a beautiful black woman who was dressed like a country bumpkin. She had a pair of firm and elastic long legs. She was holding a wooden spear that looked inconspicuous, but in the eyes of Saito, who knew the level of technology in this country, it was very powerful. It's this gentleman. The middle-aged man pointed at Saito. "This is Mr. Chen. Please come with me. His Majesty the King wants to see you." The woman nodded and looked at Saito. "Okay, please lead the way." Saito stood up and smiled. Then he turned to look at the middle-aged black man and thanked him with a smile. "Sorry to disturb you." "Haha." The middle-aged black man laughed heartily and waved his hand, indicating that he did not mind. Then, Saito and the woman with the spear walked out of the house. They walked along the dirt road that maintained the natural environment and created a small cloud of dust when they stepped on it. They walked toward the center of the kingdom of Wakanda. 10 minutes later, in the depths of Wakanda, Saito saw the king of Wakanda, T'Challa. He was still dressed like a Black Panther, but there was an additional black cape on his chest and back. He was also wearing a necklace made of animal teeth. At this moment, he was sitting on a high-back stone chair covered with animal skin. He looked down at Saito, who was walking toward him with the spearwoman. "Your Majesty." The woman with the spear kneeled on the ground with one knee. She lowered her head and saluted. "You may leave first," the Black Panther said softly. "Yes," the woman with the spear replied. Then, she stood up and left the yellow square surrounded by large stones. "What are you doing here?" asked the woman after she left. The Black Panther asked softly. "To let you return the favor." Saito smiled. This favor was naturally referring to the incident that saved him from the leader's Gamma world. "What do you want?" The Black Panther did not object to Saito's words and asked softly. "It's very simple. I want to get all of Wakanda's technological information, all of it." Itose looked straight into the eyes of the Black Panther that was covered by the hood. He said in a deep voice, "All of it is impossible. It is related to the safety of Wakanda. I can only open the part about civilian use to you." The Black Panther refused. However, he did not completely refuse to die. He only refused part of it. But thinking about it, the Black Panther's refusal was understandable. If he really got all the technological success and theory of Wakanda's military and civilian use, although it did not necessarily mean that Wakanda would be defenseless in front of that person, it was no different than not being defenseless. What if the other party had bad intentions and coveted Wakanda's wealth? With such a targeted understanding, how could Wakanda defend against foreign enemies? Yes, but you need to open the basic information that constitutes Wakanda's technological system. This is my last request. Saito said. Okay. The Black Panther thought for a moment and agreed. Thank you. Seeing that the Black Panther agreed to his request, Saito thanked him. When are you going to start? The Black Panther asked. Anytime. Of course, if you need to prepare, I can wait for 2 more days. There's no rush. Saito shrugged as if he was very considerate of the Black Panther. Then 3 days later. 3 days later, I will have someone take you to see the information. The Black Panther did not hesitate and immediately said, Okay. Saito smiled and agreed. Come with me, I will take you around Wakanda. Then, the Black Panther stood up from his throne and walked down the stairs to Saito's side and greeted him. That's great. Saito smiled. Then, under the Black Panther's lead, they toured Wakanda and had a sumptuous banquet with the Black Panther at night. After that, they stayed in the room that the Black Panther had arranged for them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as Saito stayed in the palace to meditate and nourish the heavenly sword. On the morning of the 4th day, the Black Panther, who had disappeared for nearly 3 days, appeared in front of Saito again. I have already prepared the information for you. Come with me. The Black Panther said. Saito nodded slightly, put down his feet and stood up from the bed. He then followed the Black Panther out of the room and walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at another building. The first thing that came into view was a large pile of papers and documents. Then, he saw the building itself. The clean interior and the environment that obviously did not look like it was used to store important documents told Sei-Ito that this was a temporary arrangement. It was used to allow him to browse through Wakanda's technological information and to prevent Sei-Ito from stealing from the real data storage room. It was very thorough. I will leave a few people at the door. If you need anything, you can ask them. They will help you. The Black Panther said. Of course, Ito-sei, who was willing to think the worst of people, also understood that the people at the door were not only there to help him solve some problems, but also had the duty of guarding the information and monitoring. Although from the pile of pages in the room, it was obvious that they were newly copied copies, in any case, the information recorded in them was very valuable to the outside world. Even if Ito-seiji didn't like them, it didn't rule out that there were spies in the country who were bribed by other countries or people who had other intentions to steal them and sell them to the outside world. As for monitoring, that was most likely the case. Knowing how strong Sei-Ito was, the Black Panther did not expect the guards to be able to stop him. Thank you. Sei-Ito smiled and thanked the Black Panther. Then I won't disturb you. If there are any problems that you can't solve, tell them to inform me, the Black Panther said. Having said that, the Black Panther did not stay in the room any longer. He turned around and left with his subordinate. At this time, Sei-Ito summoned the Book of the Fairies from the void. He looked at the documents in front of him and ordered, "Book of the Fairies, start recording." "Yes, master," the Book of the Fairies replied. The next moment, the surface of the Book of the Fairies lit up slightly. It floated from Sei-Ito's hand and floated above the pile of documents in the room. Then, it opened its pages and emitted a gentle magical light. Under the illumination of the magical light, the documents in the room immediately floated up one by one like the Book of the Fairies. They were like a tornado formed by the pages, revolving around the Book of the Fairies rapidly. After a while, the surface of the open pages of the Book of the Fairies lit up again. Words began to rapidly appear on the blank pages of the Book of the Fairies, forming sentences that recorded the words and images on the floating papers. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. It didn't take long for the first batch of documents to be recorded. Then, under the guidance of the magical light emitted by the Book of the Fairies, the documents were sent to the side and replaced with another batch of documents to continue recording. 20 pages, 50 pages, 100 pages. While the Book of the Fairies was recording, Sei-Ito, who had nothing to do, found a clean place to sit down. He closed his eyes and continued to nourish the heavenly sword in his body. It was not until some time later that the Book of the Fairies called out to him gently. "Master, all the documents have been recorded. What time is it now?" Sei-Ito asked as he stood up. 19:36 p.m., the Book of the Fairies replied. Sei-Ito remembered that they came into the room at around 10 in the morning. In other words, the Book of the Fairies used nearly 10 hours to record all the technical information given by Wakanda. It was obvious how rich Wakanda's information was. After receiving the answer, Sei-Ito nodded and waved his hand to put away the Book of the Fairies. He then turned around and walked out of the room. Chapter 2205. P.S. Thank you to Rosette Warlord, Party Con Loli, Swanee, and Sacred Knight for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Freedom Lunatic for your tip. This is a message to all of humanity. That morning, the images of Captain America and Iron Man suddenly appeared on TV, computers, and big screens all over the world. I am Captain America. Next to me is Iron Man. Like you, I will fight for my freedom in my life. We will fight for democracy and human rights, Captain America said solemnly. Tony Stark, the Secretary of Defense and the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., didn't say a word. He just let Captain America speak to the camera. The current situation is that a group of aliens have crossed the universe and come to Earth. They have contacted the governments of the world. They are not here to hurt us. They are here to help us and save us. sh*t. Nick Fury, who was hiding in a secret base and watching the broadcast, cursed. Although Sharon Carter, Maria Hill, and Shock, who were standing next to him, didn't speak, they all looked at Captain America on the screen with gloomy expressions. They saw that our planet was on the verge of disaster, and they saw our potential. The Skulu people are friendly. They want to help, and they can succeed if we don't do it well. They will put an end to hunger, poverty, disease, and war. The Skulu people will help us save Earth. What you need to do is to welcome them. This is their request. Our method is wrong. I am here to ask you. Accept the change. Captain America pleaded with his credibility. Well, Captain America has said everything I wanted to say. So, as Captain America said, accept the change. And I will also accept this change as the Secretary of Defense and the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I will be a good example for everyone. After Captain America finished speaking, Tony Stark said, "You are welcome. This is what we should do." Then the screen jumped and played the video of the Skulu battleship invading Earth. Oh my God, are they crazy? How can they say that? This is not like them at all. Janata, who was biting a straw and drinking Coke, said in disbelief. Because they are not them. Across from the Ghana Tower. Saito shrugged as if this was how it should be. 2 months had passed since he returned from Wakanda. In the past 2 months, Saito has also been very honest. In addition to staying in the bar, he occasionally hooked up with Swallowing Girl through the internet and Weibo. When he was bored, he invited her out for dinner and did not cause any trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. But who would have thought that today, 2 months later, he would see such a scene on TV? He felt that it was reasonable, but it was also a little unexpected. What do you mean? Janata grabbed a piece of pizza and took a bite. His voice sounded strange. It means that they have been replaced by the Skrulls and are no longer Iron Man and Captain America themselves. Saito explained casually. Replace. Are you saying they are from Skulu? Janata was shocked. Yes. The Skulu's talent is to transform, as long as the original exists. They can use the Skulu's inheritance and talent to transform into something that is exactly the same as the original. No one can tell the difference, just like what you are seeing now. Saito turned his head and looked at Captain America on the TV, which was switching back and forth between Captain America and the alien Skulu battleship. What a disgusting power, Janata said in disgust. I am going to take a look. What about you? Do you want to stay here or go home? Saito pulled out the straw. He opened the lid of the cup and drank the cola in one gulp. He put the empty cup back on the table and stood up. Well, let's go and take a look. Maybe they will be good food, Swallowing Girl said after thinking for a moment. What you are saying is really stressful. Saito laughed. What should I say? Let's go and save Earth together? Janata stood up and asked. I think that is a good idea. At least it sounds good. Saito smiled. Okay, let's go and save Earth together, Janata said, looking as if it did not matter. After that, the two of them flashed and disappeared from the pizza shop. They left behind a table with leftovers and empty cups, as well as 3 $10 bills. It worked. Now we just have to wait for these people to become our slaves. On the lawn of the White House's first garden, the mimic bird, who was wearing tight gymnastics clothes, walked up to Captain America and Tony Stark. But from what she said, it was not hard to tell that she, like Captain America and Tony Stark, had been replaced. Yes, Your Majesty, your plan has succeeded, Captain America said respectfully. I want to see their faces when they find out the truth, Tony said. You will see soon enough. The mimic bird smiled. My queen, what about the captives? Should we kill them? Captain America asked. No, let's keep them. They are still useful to us, the mimic bird said. So, they haven't been killed yet? If that's the case, can you tell me where they are being held? The moment the mimic bird finished speaking, A strange voice sounded in the ears of all the Skulu people in the White House's garden. Suddenly, the Skulu people's faces changed. They looked up into the sky. They did not know when, but a young man and a young woman had appeared in the White House's garden. It was Sei-Ito and Janata, who had come from the pizza shop. "It's you." Tony Stark's face changed when he saw Sei-Ito's face. "Who is it?" the mimic bird asked. "Your Majesty, he's the unstable factor that I mentioned in the report, Chen." Tony replied respectfully. "Chen, now you have seen it. We, the Skulu people, have become the rulers of Earth. No one can change that. So, don't put up any meaningless resistance. Submit to me. I can give you anything you want." The mimic bird stepped forward and looked at Sei-Ito. "Did you hear what she said? Can you give me anything I want?" Ito-Sei turned his head and said to Tun-Mei with a funny face. "Yes. Don't you want to think about it?" Janata looked bored. "Maybe I should think about it." Sei-Ito looked as if he was thinking about something. He raised his head and looked at the mimic bird again. "Are you sure? If I don't resist, you can give me anything I want." "Of course. I always do what I say." The mimic bird looked happy. She quickly replied, "Then I want your life." Sei-Ito squinted and looked at the mimic bird coldly. "According to our agreement, please give it to me." "You!" The mimic bird knew that she had been tricked. She looked at Sei-Ito angrily and ordered, "Kill him!" Yes. The surrounding Skulu people, who gave Ito-Sei a sense of déjà vu just by looking at their appearance, answered in unison. The next moment, a red laser beam, spider bullet, and a few energy beams shot out from the eyes and arms of the Skulu people, who were a mix of Wolverine and Laser, Daredevil and Spider-Man, and Iron Man and the Red Mech. They all flew toward Sei-Ito at high speed. At the same time, Iron Fist, Iron Man, and a few other criminals moved quickly. They wanted to attack Janata, who was next to Sei-Ito. Boom! But before the two sides could make contact, a huge explosion came from the rear of the Skulu battleship, which was floating above Washington. A red and yellow fireball expanded. Then, a small aircraft quickly flew out of the fireball. After drawing a big arc, it landed on the lawn of the White House's first garden. Sei-Ito, who blocked the attacks of the modified Super Skulu people, looked at Janata. He turned his head and looked at the shuttle that had just landed. Whoosh! Then the rear hatch of the aircraft opened, and the figures of Soundbird, Captain America, the Invisible Woman Susan, Tony Stark, who was not protected by the Iron Man armor, and several unknown world elites walked out from it. "Looks like it's very lively here," Tony joked with a heartless look. Then, the golden light appeared again. Carol, the Lady Marvel of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, who was supposed to be in space, also landed on the field. "Wow, this is really..." Carol, who was looking at Captain America, Iron Man, and Mimic Bird, didn't know what to do. "Long time no see, Carol." "Carol." Tony raised his hand to greet her. "Hello, Mr. Stark." Carol nodded and greeted him. Then, her body floated down and landed on the ground. "So what if you escaped? Earth has fallen into our hands. You have no chance." Queen Skulu pointed at Captain America and said loudly. "I don't think so," Captain America retorted. "This is our world. You can't take it away." "Who do you think humans will believe now? Our operation was very successful. I think that humans will only believe what they see." Skulu Queen joked with a smug look on her face. "Do you want to show yourself? I can help you." Sei-Ito, who had stopped the battle because of the appearance of Captain America and the others, said. After saying that, he didn't care about other people's reactions. He clapped his hands in front of him. After a soft paw sound, a sound wave quickly spread out and swept over everyone present. As humans, Tony Stark, Captain America, Mimic Bird, Carol, and others didn't feel anything, but as Skulu, the fake Captain America, fake Iron Man, fake Mimic Bird, and other Skulu people immediately felt their heads tighten. waves of uncontrollable pain spread in their heads, making all the Skulu people present involuntarily hold their heads and bend down with a painful expression. Then, the fake Soundbird, fake Captain America, and fake Iron Man, who were still in human form, changed from normal humans to green-skinned Skullos with wide, cracked chins, just like the other Skullos. It was only at this time that the pain in their heads gradually subsided. "What did you do to us?" Queen Skulu asked. But before Saito could respond, Queen Skulu waved her arm fiercely and said coldly, "But it doesn't matter, because you can't leave alive because you don't have enough people, and you don't have enough power. No one can escape from the hands of the Super Skulu people." She seems to be a little overconfident. Tony looked at Captain America next to him, and said, "Maybe," Captain America said softly, "now let's beat them." The moment his voice fell, Captain America immediately took the lead and rushed straight to the fake Skulu wearing Captain America's special uniform standing on the steps of the White House. When the others saw this, they quickly rushed up. Accordingly, the Skulu people naturally didn't agree. They all came up and fought with Captain America and the others. Ping ping pang pang, the sound of fighting echoed over the White House garden. "It seems that we have nothing to do here." Saito shrugged to Janata next to him. "Sigh, I lost another opportunity to have a good meal." Janata's eyes were full of desire as she looked at the Skulu people below. Her voice was still a little unwilling to give up. Saito, who didn't know how to respond to this topic, laughed dryly. He turned his head and looked at the Skulu battleship in the air. Then, his heart moved, and a huge thunder fell from the sky with a force that could destroy mountains and seas. It bombarded the Skulu battleship in the air. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the lightning spread out like an unstable electric net, tightly wrapping around Skulu's battleship. Itose was unforgiving. Once again, he used his mind to guide the thunder and lightning, which was not weaker than the previous one, once again fell from the sky and bombarded the Skulu battleship below. Boom! Then, the third, the fourth, the fifth, finally, when the sixth lightning strike struck down, the Skulu battleship could no longer withstand the bombardment of lightning. The surface armor of the battleship was violently shattered, allowing the lightning to directly strike into the interior of the battleship, causing the entire battleship to explode a dozen times. Without any more buoyancy, the battleship tilted towards the ground. At this time, Saito's body flashed and appeared in front of the falling Skulu battleship. He opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world and quickly swallowed the Skulu battleship, which had no power to fight back. Phew! Another research material. Saito, who had taken the Skulu battleship, breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 2206. What was that? I felt like there was a universe inside it. Just as Ito relaxed because he had stolen the Skulu battleship, the voice of Janata suddenly rang in his ear. She said, "That's right." Saito's heart jumped when he heard that. He turned around and looked at Janata, who had suddenly appeared next to him. At this time, Janata seemed to have found something interesting. Its purple eyes stared at Saito. "And the strangest thing is that I can't feel it now. Is it a completely new omnipotent universe that is completely different from our universe?" Before Saito could answer, Janata guessed on its own. As mentioned before, in the Marvel world, the universes were divided into different levels. There were universes, multiverses, and superuniverses that had no time, no space, no energy, and no matter. There were omnipotent universes that encompassed all universes, reality and non-reality, existence and non-existence, concepts and non-concept. The universes were also called unit universes, which were similar to the world we were living in now. But not all of them. There were also universes that were different in size, had a single function, and did not even have humans. These universes were classified as unit universes. The multiverse was a large universe with different dimensions, different timelines, and different physics. Simply put, it was a comprehensive universe made up of parallel worlds and different worlds. Then there was the multiverse outside, where there was neither time nor space. There was neither energy nor matter. It looked endless, like the super-universes of the chaotic world before the world was created. Finally, there were unit universes, multiverses, and super-universes. There were other universes that did not exist in these three types of universes. They were similar to existences that humans could not understand. When combined, there was a complete universe that was possible and impossible. It was the omnipotent universe. The so-called five gods of the Marvel Worlds universe lived in the omnipotent universe. Above the omnipotent universe was the life court. He held an omnipotent universe in each hand. He had the ability to destroy and recreate the omnipotent universe. From this, it could be seen just how powerful Doctor Strange was at his peak. As for above the life court, it was the Telia that created the life court, which managed the omnipotent universe. It was like a Tao. It had no self-consciousness, no name, and an indescribable invisible existence. Of course, this is for the people living in the Marvel Universe. For us, it is the Marvel Comics writer, an omnipotent existence. In other words, I'm now TO+. Now let's get back to the main topic. As the daughter of one of the five great gods of the universe, the planet Devourer. If she wanted to, and she had enough energy, the Ghana Tower could do anything she wanted in the universe. But now, there was a universe that she was certain existed and that she couldn't enter. Even the most basic of senses couldn't be sensed after a tunnel closed. Aside from being in another universe, the Ghana Tower didn't know what else it could be. At the thought of this, Janata looked at Saito with even more passion. What does the new omnipotent universe represent? A new source of food. As long as I can find a few barren planets without life, I can have a good meal. He no longer had to endure this kind of hunger that made him want to die. He had to go to that new universe. Even if it's just once, I have to go and take a look. Janata was very excited. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Saito gave a dry laugh. At the same time, he felt a little annoyed. D****. I didn't expect Sister Tun's senses to be so sensitive. She noticed the existence of the Rubik's Cube world in just a moment. If I knew this, I wouldn't have chosen Black's broken battleship. Can you take me to that universe to have a look? The Ghana arched her body. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Saito. She was very cute as she begged. I don't understand what you are talking about. Omnipotent universe? I don't know anything about that. Saito pushed the Ghana Tower's head away. He floated to the side and quickly said, Okay, I'm almost done here. I'm going. I'll ask you out next time. After that, he didn't wait for the Ghana Tower to respond. He teleported away. You still want to lie to me? If I wasn't right, then why did you run away? Just wait and see. I'll make you take me to that new universe. Seeing Saito run away, the Ghana Tower looked upset. But I didn't expect that guy, who looks so ordinary, to be in control of an omnipotent universe. I underestimated him. Then, the Ghana Tower's eyes flashed purple. She looked at where Saito had disappeared and thought to herself. She didn't want to stay in that place any longer. She used her telekinesis to return home. Agent 4S, the Washington operation has failed. The Queen's safety is threatened. Activate the backdoor plan. We must teach these creatures a lesson. The moment Saito and the Ghana Tower left, the Queen of Skulu used her communicator to contact the hidden agent. She ordered, Yes, my queen. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mothership, the infiltrator who was sitting on the throne of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s commander responded happily. Then, he swiped his finger across the console in front of him. A few buttons lit up at the same time. Suddenly, the screen in the control room of the floating battleship changed. It showed the images of many satellites floating in orbit around the Earth. Immediately afterward, the satellites floating in a specific orbit on the screen began to turn their bodies, aiming the signal amplifiers at one end at the Earth below. They gathered energy and emitted an energy impact that was invisible to the naked eye toward the Earth. In an instant, all the humans on Earth suddenly felt their heads tighten, as if they were about to explode. It became abnormally painful, causing them to involuntarily squeeze their heads together, bending over and wailing in agony. Arg! Seito, who was also a human, was affected as well. But he was different from ordinary people. His spirit was strong and he felt a little upset. There was nothing special about it. Seito, who noticed the changes in himself and the people around him, frowned. He released his ability to explore the source of all this. Soon, the orbiting satellites in the sky that were radiating energy toward the Earth appeared in his eyes. Seito, who found the source, didn't hesitate. He immediately used his space ability to leave the Earth and appeared in the universe. He appeared next to the orbiting satellites that were doing strange things. It seems that the Earth is going to enjoy a few days without internet. Seito chuckled. Then, he grabbed with one hand, and the orbiting satellite next to him immediately shattered with a boom. It turned into thousands of metal fragments of different sizes and floated around Seito. Then, Seito changed his mind and changed his psychokinesis to an electric discharge ability. He added a powerful electric energy to the metal fragments floating around him in the form of a super electromagnetic gun. After that, all the fragments immediately turned into orange-yellow electric beams and blasted toward the orbiting satellites in all directions. In the perfect vacuum environment without air resistance, those electromagnetic beams flew to the surrounding orbiting satellites in a moment, hitting the main body of the satellites without any fancy move. Then a large number of explosions appeared in the universe one after another. Seito, who had finished cleaning up this area, rushed to other areas that couldn't be blocked by the electromagnetic gun. He used the satellites there to continue to destroy other orbiting satellites floating in that area according to the law. After 4 or 5 times, Seito finally destroyed all the satellites. I'm really becoming more and more like a superhero in the Marvel world. I don't even leave my name behind when doing good deeds. I can't believe I can become such a person. Seito, who saved mankind from disaster by destroying orbiting satellites, muttered with a self-deprecating look on his face. Then his figure flashed and he returned to the hotel suite he rented in New York City. After today, the secret invasion of the Skulu people is officially over. It's time to teach S.H.I.E.L.D. a lesson and take away the female agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. who have a plot in the future to obtain their world power. Seito, who walked slowly to the window and quietly overlooked the New York street scenery, said in his heart. What happened next was not much different from what he expected. After defeating a group of Super Skulu people such as Queen Skulu, Tony Stark, who regained the position of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, immediately launched a study of the physical energy characteristics of the Skulu people. In the shortest time, he developed identification instruments that can distinguish the Skulu people. While installing them for various units around the world, he also used the power of the World Security Council to search for the Skulu lurkers globally. For the order of the World Security Council, countries around the world who knew the dangers of the Skulu people were surprisingly cooperative, and they took the initiative to increase their forces to join the search for the Skulu lurkers. Therefore, in less than half a month, most of the lurking Skulu people on the Earth were cleared out, leaving only those who were lucky enough to escape fleeing like rats across the street. During this period, it is worth mentioning that after knowing Tony Stark's behavior during his imprisonment by the Skulu people, Captain America decisively broke up with Tony just like during the Civil War. Coupled with the impact of the Skulu invasion, he directly withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. He was alone in the house that Nick Fury had prepared for him earlier, quietly comforting his heart, No one knows if he will provoke another civil war like in the original work. Chapter 2207. This morning, Seito, who felt that it was almost time, instantly disappeared from his suite and appeared in the shield mothership that he had been paying attention to for more than half a month. After the secret invasion, he appeared next to Maria Hill, who had become the deputy commander of SHIELD again. Warning: a spatial reflection has been detected inside the warship. It is determined to be an unknown invasion. Please pay attention. At the same time, the warning of the intelligent management program that had been vigorously promoted since Tony Stark became the commander of SHIELD rang in the ears of everyone in the bridge. The spatial reflection has disappeared. The mothership has been invaded. Then, the artificial intelligence program reported again. What? Maria Hill's expression changed and she exclaimed. What's your name? At this time, Seito, who had finished listening to the entire alarm report, raised his voice and asked. Maria Hill, who suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice, was shocked. She immediately pulled out the gun at her waist and turned to point at Seito. It's you? Maria Hill, who saw Seito's face, exclaimed. As the commander of SHIELD, she had witnessed Seito's battles many times. She knew very well how terrifying the person in front of her was. He was not a monster that ordinary people or ordinary weapons could resist. My name is Rose, sir, the artificial intelligence replied. It's a woman. Is he trying to find a partner for Jarvis? Seito, who completely ignored the gun beside him, chuckled. You can say that. At this time, there was a soft sound and the door of the bridge automatically opened to both sides. Tony Stark, who was wearing a strange black outfit that was different from SHIELD's uniform, was walking in after the door was exposed. You really have the guts to appear in front of me? Seito turned around. He looked at Tony with a faint smile on his face and said softly, My roots are here. I can't hide even if I want to. Tony sighed helplessly. Then, he looked at Seito seriously and said solemnly, Chun, if I told you that I didn't give those orders to you, would you believe me? Are you trying to push the problem onto the Skulu people? Seito asked with a mocking expression. No, Tony wanted to defend himself, but before he could say a few words, Seito immediately interrupted him. I forgot to tell you something. What? Tony asked subconsciously. I already knew about the existence of the Skulu people a year ago, Seito said softly, and when he said this, he purposely looked at Maria Hill beside him. Of course, this glance didn't have any special meaning, because Seito knew that if he wasn't mistaken, Maria Hill also knew about this situation from Nick Fury. When Seito looked over, the latter's face didn't reveal any surprise, which confirmed Seito's guess. Then, Seito continued, so I can completely distinguish between the skulls and the Earthlings, even if they use their natural abilities to disguise themselves. Although he didn't say the rest, everyone present was smart. However, everyone present was undoubtedly smart, so they understood what Itose was trying to say. Then what do you want to do with me? Are you going to kill me? Tony asked with a sigh. Help me do something, Seito said softly. What? Tony was stunned. I want to know everything about the Sentinel robot project. Listen carefully, everything. Seito stared sharply into Tony Stark's eyes. He said softly, and as if he was afraid that Tony didn't understand the key point, he repeated the phrase, everything, again. Okay, I will give you all the information about the Sentinel robot project as soon as possible. Tony responded with a nod with an understanding look. That's all, then? Tony asked with some disbelief. Of course not. Seito sneered. Take me to your office. You'd better stay here. Although she knew that she was no match for Tony, out of the necessity of her duty, Maria Hill still spoke up to stop him. Maria, it's okay. Listen to him, I can be responsible for my own safety. Before Sei-Ito could speak, Tony took the lead to persuade Maria Hill. Are you sure? Maria Hill frowned. I'm sure. Tony said affirmatively. You're the director, you have the final say. Maria Hill snorted softly, put away her gun with some dissatisfaction, turned to look at the bridge staff who had all entered a state of alert, and said loudly, Okay, guys, the alarm is lifted, everyone return to your post and continue your previous work. Yes. The staff on the bridge responded in unison. Then they put away their guns and returned to their post. Follow me, Tony said. Sei-Ito didn't speak and stepped behind Tony. They left the bridge of the floating mothership with him, walked through the long metal corridor, and came to the exclusive office belonging to him, the commander. Okay, we're here, what else do you want me to do? Tony, who walked into the room, said as he walked to his desk. You'd better stand there and don't move, or I don't mind doing something to you now. Just as Tony was about to reach his desk, Sei-Ito suddenly stopped him. Okay, you have the final say. Tony immediately stopped and raised his hand. Sei-Ito ignored Tony and went straight to his desk, skillfully operating the system above to activate the virtual screen, connected to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data core, then turned his hand and took out an elven book, activated it, and placed it on the desk. In an instant, the elven book lit up slightly, and a waterfall-like torrent of data appeared on the virtual optical screen suspended in midair, quickly washing the screen from bottom to top. You want to steal S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data? Tony was surprised. Of course. Sei-Ito, who sat down on the chair next to the desk, admitted in a low voice. You're really. Hearing Sei-Ito's admission, Tony thought for a long time and couldn't think of a suitable adjective to describe Sei-Ito's current behavior. Bold? Sei-Ito said. Yes. That's the one. How audacious. Tony hurriedly agreed. Then he shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. But with the power you have, it seems that there is really nothing to be afraid of. Sei-Ito smiled and said nothing. But I have to say, you really know how to find the right time. If it was a few days later, your actions might not have been so smooth. Then, Tony Stark said with a frustrated look. Sei-Ito saw this and answered the conversation very cooperatively. Because soon, I may no longer be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Secretary of Defense. Tony sighed, and then without Sei-Ito's cooperation, he continued, because of Skulu's backdoor plan. Oh, the act of using satellites to launch frequency attacks, the United Nations and the World Security Council no longer trust me, and they are going to remove all my positions and find someone else to replace me. And then? Sei-Ito asked with a sneer on his face. As for the reason why they no longer trust Tony Stark, Sei-Ito didn't have to ask. It must be because of the Earth Defense System, those orbiting satellites, that Tony Stark had established for the Earth earlier. Without the existence of this Earth Defense System, Skulu would not have been able to launch this kind of global large-scale lethal attack so smoothly. Tony was choked by Sei-Ito's words and didn't know what to say. Do you think you can win my forgiveness in this way and eliminate our previous problems? Sei-Ito continued to sneer. Don't be stupid, okay? Our friendship back then wasn't that deep. I know, I just forget it. Tony sighed with a sad face. And Sei-Ito really ignored him and concentrated on waiting for the Book of Elves to be cracked. After a while, there was a soft ding sound and a large number of virtual screens appeared in the room out of thin air, presenting the core confidential information inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Book of Elves record the information about weapons and technology applications, as well as the personnel files of agents above level 5. Ignore the other informational data. Oh, by the way, add the information about the locations of several major S.H.I.E.L.D. prisons. Sei-Ito ordered in a low voice. Why, Master? The artificial intelligence system of the Book of Elves responded. Then, the virtual screens that had just jumped out disappeared, and there was only one virtual screen left. A large number of documents quickly changed on it at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish with the naked eye and were copied and recorded by the Book of Elves. With the ultra-high performance of the Book of Elves, in less than half an hour, all the technological information and personnel files of agents above Level 5 recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as the relevant information about the locations of many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prisons, were all copied. Thank you for your cooperation, Tony. Seito put away the Book of Elves and turned to look at Tony. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly, and he did not answer. Then, Seito, who was about to go out, seemed to think of something and asked Tony again, "Also, I want to ask you something. Now, in addition to Maria Hill, are there any other superhero-level agents in the floating battleship? What are you going to do?" Tony, who had a faint bad feeling in his heart, asked. "You just have to answer me. Who else is there?" Seito frowned when he heard this and repeated in a low voice with some displeasure. "There's still Barbara Morse," Tony replied helplessly. Barbara Morse was the mimic bird. "Thank you for your cooperation." Seito smiled, then moved and walked out of Tony Stark's commander's office. Chapter 2208. The result of Tony's answer was that when Seito left the floating mothership, Bionic Bird Barbara Morse and Deputy Commander Maria Hill both disappeared and could not be found. And in the 4 to 5 days after they left the streets, famous senior female agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. such as Sharon Carter, Shock, Spider-Woman, Ms. Marvel, Sky Sword Bureau Commander Agent Brand, and so on also disappeared one after another, causing the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. to be in a mess. They couldn't wait to dig 3 feet into the ground to find out who was behind the scenes. And the result was, of course, useless. Then the number of missing people began to expand. Female superheroes such as Female Hulk Jennifer Susan Walters and Firebird also began to disappear one after another, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, female superheroes were a minority after all. There were only a dozen or so of them, and they weren't close to each other. So even though some of them went missing, it didn't attract as much attention and cause panic as the disappearance of female S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It just gave the superheroes who were familiar with them more things to talk about after dinner. Then the incident continued to expand. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret prisons began to be attacked, and the prisoners inside were killed and taken away one after another, leaving only an empty prison for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to go crazy. "It's me, Tony Stark." That morning, as the phone was connected, Tony Stark's voice came from the phone. "I can tell," Seito said lightly. "I've sent the information you asked for. Remember to check it," Tony said. "I got it." Seito's lips curled up slightly as he smiled. Then there was a short silence between the two. "Let's stop." After a moment, Tony Stark broke the silence. "What did you say?" "I don't understand," Seito said with a puzzled tone. "I know what happened recently was done by you. Don't deny it. I'm no longer a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the government. I have no right. I don't have the ability to cause trouble for you anymore. I just want to tell you that you've crossed the line. If you continue, you'll face the entire United States," Tony Stark said lightly. "Mr. Tony, what you said is very strange. I really don't understand what you're saying. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Seito continued to play dumb. "Alright, just take it that you don't understand," Tony said indifferently. "Anyway, I've already reminded you. And after this, we're even. That's all. Goodbye, Mr. Chen." After that, without waiting for Itose to reply, Tony Stark hung up the phone unilaterally. Seito chuckled when he saw that the call had been hung up. He clapped his hands together, and with a crack, the phone in his hand that he would no longer use from now on was smashed into pieces and ignited into flames. It was burned into nothingness. Then, he took out a new smartphone with a number that only Genada knew. He turned it on and connected it to the internet. He logged into the secret email. he had created on the internet using a special method and browsed through the information Tony Stark had sent him. In an instant, a lot of text and pictures suddenly came into Sei Ito's eyes. And the contents of the statements and pictures in these materials are nothing else. They are all the documents about the continuation of the Sentinel robots, as well as the photos of the factories and Sentinel robots that are being manufactured. Should I say that this is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Sei Ito whispered to himself as he looked at the things presented on the phone. Then his fingers moved slightly. In a multi-layer jump, he anonymously sent this information to Professor X, Magneto, and other X-Men who were running around in the United States. Good luck, Sei Ito whispered to himself after he finished sending the information. Then his figure flashed. He disappeared from the room. Beep 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 at the same time, in a very secret underground bunker. A clear beep suddenly came from Professor X's arms. Steel Man, Iceman, and other young mutants, who were startled by the sudden sound, turned their heads to look at Professor X in the innermost part of the bunker. Professor X, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes, reached out and took out his mobile phone from his arms, skillfully unlocked it, logged into his email, and clicked on the new email inside. Then, unsurprisingly, all the information about the Sentinel Robots project entered Professor X's eyes. This is... Professor X whispered to himself as he looked at the information that popped up on the screen. What's wrong? Magneto, who saw Professor X's strange expression, walked out of the dark corner and came to Professor X and asked. Professor X didn't speak, but handed the phone to Magneto. Magneto didn't say anything. He reached out and took the phone, held it in front of him, and checked it. Then his face changed, and he looked up at Professor X. Who sent it? Magneto asked in a deep voice. I don't know, the other party used anonymity. Professor X shook his head slightly. That means we can't judge the authenticity of this information? Magneto frowned. Yes. But my feeling tells me that there is no problem with the information. Professor X said. As a highly evolved mutant with psionic powers, Professor X is one of the best mutants in terms of feelings, although he does not specialize in prophetic abilities. Since he said that he felt that this set of information was credible, then it basically means that there is no problem with this set of information. Could it be a trap? At this time, Wolverine, who was curious about the changes in Professor X and Magneto's expressions, came over and saw the contents of the phone and said, But we have to go. Magneto, who handed the phone back to Professor X, said in a deep voice, This is the only way we can end all of this now. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere in the entire underground bunker became dull. What are you going to do, Eric? Professor X, who had collected the information, looked up into Magneto's eyes and asked softly. I will take people to destroy the factory, so I hope you can deal with those people, those guys who designed this machine. Magneto looked at Professor X seriously and said, Okay. Professor X agreed. And with Magneto and Professor X's agreement, the many mutants hidden in the bunker immediately moved together, divided into several large and small teams under the command of Wolverine and Magneto's men. They started the next tasks to be carried out separately. After more than 10 minutes of preparation, everyone left the bunker. They spread out and moved towards their respective mission targets according to the previously formulated plan. Good luck, Eric. Professor X, who was the last to leave, said to Magneto, who was leaving. You too, Charles. Magneto smiled. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had left the room, came to the southern part of New York State after a few flashes. He appeared in front of a bar full of crimson aura and pushed the door open and walked in. Almost as soon as he pushed open the door and walked into the bar, rock music with a strong heavy metal style roared over. It rushed into Sei Ito's ears and vibrated his eardrums. Then, those white and black strong men who were dressed like street bikers or motorcyclists with ferocious tattoos all over their bodies came into his sight. They sat together in twos and threes, talking and laughing unscrupulously. It was a lively scene. Letting go of his hand, Seito walked into the bar and slowly looked around. Then his eyes fixed on a man who occupied a round table alone in the southwest corner of the bar, drinking beer in big gulps. The burly man, who was smoking a thick cigar, smiled slightly and walked straight over. As he walked, the brawny men gradually realized that there was a stranger in the bar, and it was an Asian. They looked at Seito with interest, and their eyes moved with him. That kid is heading towards Ares. There will be a good show to watch later. I hope this gigolo is healthy enough. He won't be killed by Ares with one punch. The brawny men in the bar who saw the final destination of Ito-sei's march laughed and gloated. At the same time, Ares, who had been quietly drinking his beer, raised his head and looked sharply and calmly at Seito, who was about to walk to his table. Seito, who was completely unaffected by Ares's oppressive and dangerous gaze, still had a smile on his face. He walked to the table where Ares was sitting, and regardless of whether Ares, as the host, agreed or not, he sat down on the chair opposite him. Ares? Seito stared at Ares, who faintly exuded a dangerous aura, and said in a low voice. Although he used a questioning tone, Seito was completely sure of his identity from the expression on his face and the tone of his voice. Like Hercules, the god of strength, Ares was born in the Greek Olympian pantheon. I didn't agree to let you sit here. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately, Ares said in a low voice. I'm Chin. You might not have heard of me, but I defeated Hercules and locked him up, Seito continued with a smile, ignoring Ares's warning. Sure enough, as soon as Chun Zhao said that, Ares's expression immediately changed. His pupils constricted, and a violent murderous aura emanated from his body. Under the influence of this violent killing intent, the temperature in the bar immediately dropped. The originally noisy environment became quiet, and the faces of the surrounding drinkers revealed a frightened expression. What do you want to say? Ares stared at Seito in front of him, and asked in a low voice. Your opponent, Hercules, is very lonely. He wants you to accompany him, Seito said with a smile. You're courting death. Ares, who could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, immediately roared. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Seito's neck. Ito-sei leaned back slightly and got out of the grasp of Ares's arm. At the same time, he lifted his right hand slightly. His index and middle fingers were like flicking a sword blade. They gently popped on Ares's wrist. Slap. In an instant, Ares felt his wrist go slightly numb, and his movements became irregular. Ares's expression changed when he sensed the change in him. He knew that he had encountered a difficult opponent. However, deep in his heart, a bloodthirsty and excited emotion suddenly emerged, causing his eyes to turn red and his body to erupt with an even greater power. The next moment, Ares's modern biker outfit suddenly changed into a strange outfit similar to that of an ancient Roman gladiator. He wore a pair of leather shoes that exposed his toes, a long leather belt that was tied around his calves in the form of a cross, and an iron leather battle skirt hung around his waist. He wore a black sling armor with a white skull printed on the front and an ancient Roman velvet helmet on his head. There was a golden nose ring on each of his arms, revealing his strong and sturdy muscles. Ares stood up from the chair and moved his hands again. His weapons, the brutal axe and the sword of massacre, appeared in his hands. You're in the zone now. Seito chuckled when he saw Ares's transformation. However, Ares, who had already gone berserk, was not in the mood to listen to what Seito said. He swung the axe in his left hand forward, and a blood-red energy light appeared as the axe swung down. It turned into a huge axe-shaped light blade and slashed at Seito's body. Seito, who bore the brunt of the attack, was sent flying backward. However, the guy behind him was not so lucky. He was immediately cut in half by the red light of the axe. Poof! Ah! Seeing the horrible death of the man, Even these guys who did not look like good guys in the eyes of outsiders finally couldn't take it anymore. They screamed in fear and ran out of the bar in a panic. As for the two waitresses in the bar, they could not withstand the shock at the moment of the man's death. They fainted, and a pool of transparent liquid with a fishy smell slowly flowed out from under their bodies. Ares, who had just casually killed a man, did not care about anything else. He roared and rushed toward Saito. However, before he could get close, a long green whip made of thousands of leaves whizzed toward Ares with a whistling sound. Ares swung his sword to meet the long whip of leaves. Poof! However, the moment the long sword and the long whip of leaves came into contact, the thousands of leaves suddenly turned into thousands of dark green Emu Xian bombs. They crackled and fell on Ares's body like rain. Boom! Ares flew backward and slammed into the bar counter beside him, smashing the thick wooden bar counter into pieces. Then, Saito waved his hand again. An invisible force spread out from the bar and instantly shrouded Ares's body. Ares, who was about to roar, paused and his movements slowed down. At this time, Saito walked up to Ares and slapped him on the forehead. Smack! Chapter 2209. Plop! Under the bombardment of Saito's palm, Ares, who fainted in an instant, fell heavily to the ground. I have to say, you are really a disgrace to the title of war god, Ares. Saito looked at Ares, who was taken down by him in 2 moves, and shook his head and sighed. Of course, this was only because of him. If it had been another guy with only one form of power, Ares might have lost, but he definitely wouldn't have lost so miserably, to the point where he was instantly killed. After all, in the original work, Ares was one of the few guys who could fight Thor to a draw. But then again, if the gods in the major pantheons of the Marvel world are all like you, then it would be really good. With my ability, I can catch all the guys below the Heavenly Father level in one fell swoop, and then help my daughters. After saying that, Saito, who felt that his words were a bit whimsical, couldn't help but laugh at himself. He didn't forget that in the major pantheons, in addition to the Heavenly Father level guys like Odin and Zeus, there is also a Japanese pantheon known as the Void Before the Universe, who once swallowed 98% of the universe. Although this guy seems to have been weakened a lot after the War of Chaos, Saito doesn't know the specifics. Saito is not willing to use his life to test the strength of the Heavenly Father. But when I return to the main world, if I have a chance, I can go and meet the powerful Heavenly Father of Amaterasu who was besieged by Takenori Kento and Tsukii Lord. Then Saito's mind moved, and he put the unconscious Ares into the magic cube world and handed it over to the people in the laboratory to deal with. Then his figure flashed. He left the bar that had become a mess. Time passed, and it was late at night in a blink of an eye. And outside an abandoned factory in the southern suburbs of Detroit, the largest city in Michigan in the United States, Wolverine, Professor X, Iron Man, Iceman, and other young X-Men appeared on the periphery of the factory. Let's go in. At this time, Wolverine, who was dressed in a tight black leather suit unique to X-Men, said, "Be careful," Professor X reminded. Wolverine looked at Professor X and nodded. He led Iceman, Iron Man, and other X-Men out of their hiding place and moved towards the abandoned field area. They sneaked into the factory very smoothly and continued to sneak into the depths of the factory. Unknowingly, Wolverine and the others had already completed half of the infiltration mission. However, just when the other young X-Men thought that today's mission would be completed smoothly, 2 flames suddenly appeared in the factory and turned into 2 thick pillars of fire, spraying towards the location of Wolverine and others. "Be careful," Wolverine warned loudly. He followed all the X-Force members and rolled away. He dodged to the side. Boom! The missing fire pillar instantly blasted the equipment that Wolverine and the others had used to cover their bodies into the air. "There's one over there too," At this time, one of the X-Men pointed to the road they came from and said. Wolverine and others were shocked and quickly turned their heads to look at the road they came from. Sure enough, on the road they came from, two huge metal robots with a height of 5 or 6 meters were walking towards them step by step with heavy steps, forming an encirclement with the other two robots in front of them, sandwiching Wolverine and others in the middle. What should we do? Iron Man turned his head and asked Wolverine, who was dodging on the opposite side. Are you afraid of death? Wolverine gasped twice and asked. It doesn't matter if you are afraid or not. Now we are all going to fight for our lives. Then, without waiting for Iron Man to answer, Wolverine replied by himself, and then his figure moved and rushed towards one of the Sentinel robots. The two Sentinel robots turned their heads when they saw Wolverine appear. They locked onto Wolverine, opened their machine mouth, and created a blazing flame energy. Let's go too. Iron Man, Iceman, and the other X-Men looked at each other. They said solemnly. Then Iron Man and other X-Men rushed together and appeared in front of the Sentinel robot. The other two Sentinel robots raised their hands. Two energy emission ports appeared in the palms of their hands, blasting out blazing laser energy. It shot towards the X-Men and others. However, Iron Man, who was facing the Sentinel robot's attack, did not hide. The color of his skin changed from the original flesh color to the silver-white color unique to metal. With a firm expression, he accelerated step by step towards the Sentinel robot. Boom! Immediately afterward, the laser arrived and bombarded Iron Man. Under the huge impact, the latter was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the side. But in the next moment there was a flash of blue-black smoke, and Nightwalker and Iceman, with blue skin and strange tattoo-like patterns on the surface, suddenly appeared behind one of the Sentinel robots. Iceman stretched his arm forward and ejected a cold air that exuded an extremely cold aura, which landed on the body of the Sentinel robot. Under the influence of this cold air, ice crystals began to appear on the surface of the Sentinel robot and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly freezing the Sentinel robot into an ice sculpture. Detecting the danger of Iceman, the other Sentinel robot next to him immediately turned its head and locked on to Iceman. Nightwalker's face changed when he saw this, and he quickly activated his ability and left the place with Iceman in his arms. Boom! After the laser, the place where Iceman and Nightwalker had originally stood turned into a large scorched pit. Thank you, Nightwalker. Iceman, who had escaped from the Sentinel robot, thanked him with a lingering fear on his face. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Nightwalker smiled shyly and said. In fact, the danger of the Nightwalker just now was much greater than that of Iceman, because in the Sentinel robot's attack sequence, the teleportation ability of mutants belongs to the first sequence of targets that must be killed, followed by mutants with other abilities, and finally ordinary people with mutant genes. Snap! At this time, because the previous freezing strength was not enough, the Sentinel robot, which had been frozen into ice, broke free from the ice and regained its mobility. At the same time, Iron Man, who had been sent flying earlier, also got up from the ground, picked up a large steel bar beside him, and rushed towards the Sentinel robot like a ram. Boom! Under the impact of the huge force, the Sentinel robot's tall body uncontrollably took 2 steps back. I'll help you. At this time, another mutant ran over and said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an orange-yellow laser beam suddenly shot over, instantly piercing through his chest. The mutant first looked down at his empty chest with a look of disbelief, then looked up at Iron Man again, opened his mouth, and fell to the ground before he could say anything. Boom! Valand! Iron Man shouted angrily. Then he looked back at the Sentinel robot in front of him, and the steel bar in his arms hit the Sentinel robot's waist heavily with a sweep. Boom! The Sentinel robot tilted and fell to the ground. But this damage didn't cause any trouble for the Sentinel robot at all, and it soon stood up from the ground and surrounded Iron Man with another Sentinel robot. Don't even think about hurting my companions. With the help of Nightwalker, Iceman, who suddenly appeared behind one of the Sentinel robots, said angrily while releasing more intense cold air from his hands to freeze the Sentinel robot. Seeing this, Iron Man on the opposite side did not hesitate and continued to wave the steel bar in his hand to beat another Sentinel robot, buying time for Iceman. Boom! But at this moment, a huge explosion came from the other side behind them. Bah! Under the illumination of the fire, Wolverine, who looked dirty, walked out of the flames, turned his head and spat a large mouthful of phlegm on the ground, frowning slightly, and looking impatiently at Iron Man, who were fighting the two Sentinel robots in front of him. Boom! But before he could speak, another Sentinel robot next to him with missing arms and legs slammed into his body, knocking him out. "I hate you bunch of Iron Men." Wolverine, who was trapped in the metal wall, moved his chin and said as he looked at the Sentinel robot that was staggering towards him step by step. Then, with a push of his arms, he stood up from the ground and ran toward the Sentinel robot. Then, he leapt up and landed on the Sentinel robot's head with an exaggerated leap. Then, with a wave of his alloy claws, he stabbed them into the Sentinel robot's head. Bang! Pa! The electric light flashed, and the Sentinel robot under him immediately stopped moving. But then, he restarted. He raised his hand, grabbed Wolverine, and threw him away with a swing of his arm. Wolverine, who was in midair, twisted his body and fell back to the ground, sliding back a short distance. After stopping, he kicked his feet and rushed towards the Sentinel robot again. This time, Wolverine, who had learned his lesson, did not give the half-crippled Sentinel robot any chance. He cut it into large pieces with the alloy steel claws in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Boom! Then the Sentinel robot exploded and a ball of fire rose. Then Wolverine turned his head and looked again at the place where Iron Man and Iceman were, but what he saw was Iron Man, Iceman, and Nightwalker who were walking towards him. As for the two Sentinel robots that were originally their opponents, they had completely turned into two ice amber at this time and were frozen in a huge ice ball. "Teacher Logan," Iron Man whispered as he walked in front of Wolverine. "Good job," Wolverine said in a low voice. "Let's go, don't let the guys inside run away." Then he turned around and said as he walked towards the inside of the factory. Chapter 22:10. Similar to the situation that Wolverine and the others encountered, the team led by Hank the Beast and the team led by Magneto also encountered the same situation, but the former's result was a little more tragic. 4 of the 6 people who went died, leaving only Hank and 2 other team members, and all of them were injured. The latter, on the other hand, was extremely relaxed because of Magneto's existence, and they crushed all the way to the core location mentioned in the information. So despite the different encounters of the 3 teams, they all broke through the blockade and rushed to the designated location. However, what awaited them was not what they had expected, but a triggered induction detonation. So almost as soon as the members of their 3 teams stepped into the core location indicated in the information, a huge explosion followed, forming an extremely expanding fire and heat, swallowing Wolverine, Magneto, Hank, and the team members led by their respective teams. Boom! Flames rose, forming a reddish-yellow mushroom cloud of more than 10 meters high, standing in the center of each factory area. Sure enough, this is a trap laid by the U.S. government. After dealing with Ares, he set off according to the contents of the information and rushed to the periphery of one of the factories related to the Sentinel robot. Seito, who was sitting and watching the mutants attack, secretly said in his heart. It turned out that as early as the beginning of Tony Stark's information, Seito felt that this matter was going a little too smoothly. Although it is not ruled out that Tony Stark does have the ability to do so, but now that he is not trusted by the World Security Council and the U.S. government, he can still find all the relevant information about the Sentinel Robots project so easily, which is a little suspicious. What's more, the two of them had a complete falling out because of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attack, even if Tony really has such a big heart and doesn't care about it. Seito, who has always been willing to think badly of people, has to be on guard. And as a result, this was how things unfolded. I just don't know if he took the initiative to leak my plan to hunt down the Sentinel robot. Or by default, let the people of the World Security Council know what he is helping me track down. Then I'll investigate it myself. However, according to Ito-sei's estimation, it should be the latter. After all, Tony Stark's character was there. Even if the two fell out, Tony Stark would not be as ruthless as Norman Osborn because of their previous friendship. Tony Stark would not be as ruthless as Norman Osborn. What's more, he was a smart person. Before he knew that he could deal with him, he wouldn't easily do anything that would make him his enemy. Because he was not Seito. He was free and unrestrained. If he really couldn't stand it, he could even run to the other side of the earth. He had a family, a business, and a girlfriend. He couldn't leave this place. Seito sighed as he retracted his gaze from the rising fireball. But if that's the case, I'll have to do it myself. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from his hiding place. After about a minute, the mushroom cloud formed by the fireball dissipated, leaving behind a raging fire that continued to burn the surrounding buildings. Cough, cough. Steelman, Robert, are you okay? At the same time, at the center of the explosion, Wolverine, whose body was charred black, stood up from the flames and looked at Steelman and Iceman, who were held under him during the previous explosion. And as he spoke, the scorch marks on Wolverine's body were also healed with the help of the self-healing factor in his body. It recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and changed back to the normal skin color. I'm okay. Steelman, whose body remained in the state of Metal Man, said. Me too. Ice filled the air around him. Iceman, who quickly extinguished the surrounding flames, got up and said, Where's Nightcrawler? Wolverine looked around and asked. He left at the moment of the explosion. He left here with instant transmission. Iceman, who had been standing closest to Nightcrawler, replied. Is that so? That's good, let's get out of here now. Wolverine decided. Okay. Steelman and Iceman did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Then the three of them set off together, ran out of the center of the explosion, ran quickly out of the factory along the relatively intact streets, and returned to their previous hiding place, and joined Professor X and the other female mutants who were guarding Professor X and Nightcrawler, who were waiting here. However, at this time, Nightcrawler looked a little sluggish. Obviously, although he used his ability to leave the explosion area, he was not completely uninjured, and he was also injured by the shock wave formed by the explosion. Let's go. Professor X, who saw Wolverine and others coming back, said quickly. After saying that, everyone did not stay here and quickly walked away into the distance under the cover of the night. And almost as soon as they left the factory area, the buzzing of two propellers came from the distant sky. After 7 or 8 minutes of rushing, Professor X came to the car that had been prepared in advance, opened the door, and got in. Wolverine drove the car away at high speed, and it was not until more than 2 hours later that they stopped in another secret stronghold. I don't know how they are doing. At this time, Nightcrawler, who saw that he was safe, suddenly said. Hearing Nightcrawler's words, everyone couldn't help but fall silent when they thought of what had happened before. I'll contact the others. Iceman thought for a while, got up and said. Then he found his cell phone and dialed the phone numbers of his other companions who followed Hank the Beast. The first one, no one picked up. The second one, no one picked up. The third one, no one picked up. Then the fourth one. The fifth one. However, after calling everyone's phone, no one's phone was picked up. Iceman, who had a bad feeling in his heart, turned his head and looked at Professor X nervously. Professor X did not speak, closed his eyes, and let go of his thoughts. After a while, his expression moved, and he couldn't help but show a sad look. "Professor," the female mutant on the side asked cautiously. "I can't feel them." Professor X slowly opened his eyes and said softly. It's just that although these words were clear, it was not a thunderclap in the ears of the mutants present, and everyone's expression immediately became sluggish. Wolverine, in particular, roared like a tiger and punched the wall next to him. Boom! Under his exaggerated strength, the wall cracked, and a small area of fine cracks spread out. Yen percent yen. But at this moment, a melodious ringtone sounded from Professor X's pocket. Professor X didn't hesitate. He reached out and took the phone out of his pocket, pressed the answer button, and put it to his ear. "This is Charles," Professor X said softly under everyone's gaze. "It's me, Eric. This is a trap set by the U.S. government. My people are all dead," Eric said in a deep voice. Although there was no expression of anger, Professor X, who was sensitive, still felt the monstrous anger in Magneto's heart from his words. "So are we, and I can't feel the mental fluctuations of the Beast and the others anymore." Professor X sighed. Magneto didn't speak. He obviously understood the meaning of Professor X's words. Hank the Beast and the mutants he led all died in the calculations of the U.S. government. "They will pay the price," Magneto said. After that, he didn't wait for Professor X to speak and directly cut off the phone. "Eric," Professor X, who had a faint feeling that Magneto was going to do great evil, said softly. "Professor," Steel Man called softly. "Well, it's Eric's call. They were also ambushed. Except for him, all of their compatriots were sacrificed." Professor X, who had returned to his senses, looked up at the crowd and explained softly. "Don't let me find out who sent the information, or I will never let him go," Steel Man said hatefully as he punched the wall heavily. On the other side, Seito, who had checked the scene and knew that the information was indeed a trap, found an inconspicuous room and invaded it. He took out the Elven book and used the secret door left when he invaded S.H.I.E.L.D's mainframe to invade S.H.I.E.L.D's system again without alerting anyone. He then researched all the information about the Sentinel program. Under the powerful search of the Elven book, it didn't take long for all the relevant information and personnel files about the Sentinel robot recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D. to be stolen and presented in front of Seito through a virtual screen formed by magic power. Seito leaned back on the sofa with one hand across his chest and the other half in his hand. His palm was clenched into a fist in front of his mouth, and he browsed the information in front of him without blinking. Through this real information, Seito finally figured out the whole Sentinel robot program. The person who proposed the Sentinel robot program was still Polyvar, the dwarfism scientist in the movie Back to the Future. At the same time, like the movie, his plan was rejected by the U.S. government at the beginning, but he was valued by the relevant people of the Hellfire Club and was introduced to the Hellfire Club. With his talent, Polyvar quickly showed himself in the Hellfire Club and was noticed by Sebastian Shaw, who had just succeeded in the rebellion and killed a group of core members. After that, Sebastian Shaw decided to support Polyvar's Sentinel robot program and contacted a group of Hellfire Club elites to work together for this program. He even asked Red Devil to secretly help Polyvar obtain mutants, specimens, and blood. The blood of Mystique Raven was obtained under such circumstances. Later, with the power of the Hellfire Club, the Sentinel robot program was secretly passed by the U.S. government, and the entire Sentinel robot research began and was officially applied now after so many years. Chapter 22:11 P.S. Thank you to Sacred Knight, Plume of Time, AK-56, Wongit, Pure Self, and Hollow for their precious monthly votes, and thank Freedom Lunatic for his reward. Knowing the full picture of the Sentinel robot, the next thing is simple. Through S.H.I.E.L.D's authority, He hacked into the systems of the U.S. Department of Defense and Civil Affairs, extracted the most recent movements of the relevant personnel, as well as the manufacturing factories of the hidden Sentinel robots, recorded them, and then cleaned up the tail, exited the system, put away the Book of Elves, launched instant transmission to leave the room, and began to thoroughly clean up the entire Sentinel robot project. And when the gods don't come out, the superheroes don't appear, and the guys who can fight against Saito are either dead or scattered, Saito, who is completely invincible on Earth, didn't spend much effort. In less than an hour, all the proposers, developers, and manufacturers related to the Sentinel robot project, as well as all the relevant technical information about the Sentinel robots, and the Sentinel robot factories all over Europe and the Americas were all killed and destroyed. It can be said that from this time on, except for those Sentinel robots who are still out on hunting missions, the entire Sentinel robot project has been completely destroyed and disappeared from history. However, what Saito didn't expect, or ignored, was that as he killed the relevant personnel of the Sentinel robot project and destroyed the robot manufacturing factory, the Sentinel robots sent out seemed to have suddenly undergone some kind of change, and they suddenly mutated, changing their original way of action and becoming more intelligent. Then the Sentinel robots in the United States turned around. They rushed to New York. A few hours later, in the early morning, in front of a villa near the western suburbs of New York, several Sentinel robots suddenly appeared around the villa and walked towards the villa step by step. Just a moment. The Sentinel robots walked to the front of the villa, then stretched out their big metal hands, grabbed the main body of the villa, and forcibly tore it off the villa. Boom! Boom boom! Soon, the top and part of the walls of the entire villa were completely destroyed, revealing the buildings and the people living in the villa. There were two adults, a man and a woman. The man had soft silver short hair, a tall and strong figure. He was wearing strange tight-fitting clothes. The woman had a head of naturally wavy brown hair. She was tall and slender, and her face was beautiful. Her hands gently flipped, and she tightly fastened the straps of her furry nightgown. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she looked at the Sentinel robot in front of her. This man and woman are none other than the super agents who are now affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., Scarlet Witch. Walter Maximoff and Quicksilver. Pietro Maximoff. What's going on? Didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. already guarantee that we won't be attacked by them? Why are they here now? And why did they tear down our house? Quicksilver complained to Scarlet Witch as he looked at the Sentinel robots that appeared around the villa with an unhappy face. How would I know? Scarlet Witch said angrily. Well, I think I. But since they are here, let me see if they are as terrible as the rumors say. Quicksilver shrugged. Silver's figure. He disappeared from Scarlet Witch's side in an instant. Then, a muffled sound suddenly spread in the night sky, and a Sentinel robot seemed to be hit by a high-speed truck. It flew backward with its limbs stretched out. Then the second one, the third one. But in a moment, all the Sentinel robots that appeared around the villa were sent flying. That's all there is to it. In the next second, Pietro, who reappeared beside Scarlet Witch, looked at the Sentinel robots that had fallen on the ground around him with disdain. Don't be careless, Scarlet Witch reminded him. Don't worry, they can't hurt me, Quicksilver said proudly. The electronic eyes of the Sentinel robots flashed with scarlet light. They got up from the ground. They're quite durable. Quicksilver, who saw the Sentinel robots get up from the ground again, curled his lip. With a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the Scarlet Witch's side once more. Boom. Then, the familiar muffled sound was once again transmitted in the quiet night sky. But this time it was different from before. Quicksilver's wind attack was blocked by a telekinetic barrier that suddenly appeared beside the Sentinel robot. Then, two thick red laser beams were ejected from the mouths of the other two Sentinel robots, instantly shooting beside the Sentinel robot that was attacked. Chi. The laser beam was like a sharp cutting knife. immediately carving out a long black mark on the ground. "Pietro!" Scarlet Witch exclaimed. "I'm fine." Quicksilver, who appeared beside Scarlet Witch in an instant, said, "Let's do it together." Scarlet Witch said, "No, I want to teach them a lesson myself." Quicksilver insisted. "Pietro!" Scarlet Witch said angrily. But Quicksilver, who had already made up his mind, ignored her. His figure flashed and he activated his ability to enter the hyperdrive world. The Sentinel robots, which had become more intelligent because of the program mutation, also moved together and opened their mouths to launch a wave attack. Air ripples visible to the naked eye were generated from the Sentinel robots and quickly spread out in all directions. Then there was a muffled sound, and Quicksilver's figure, who had entered the hyperdrive world, suddenly appeared in mid-air and flew backward with a painful expression on his face. Then, the Sentinel robots that forced Quicksilver out of the hyperdrive world did not hesitate. They turned their heads and once again shot a laser beam at Quicksilver, who was flying backward and had no place to run into the hyperdrive world. The scarlet laser beam cut through the space and instantly fell on Quicksilver's body, who had nowhere to hide. Boom! Quicksilver, who was originally flying backward, was shocked and flew backward at a faster speed. In a blink of an eye, he hit the wall of a building not far away. Boom! The wall cracked. A large black crack as thick as a baby's finger appeared. Wow! Quicksilver, who felt a tightness in his chest, opened his mouth and vomited a large amount of bright red blood. "Pietro!" Scarlet Witch's expression changed greatly. Then, a Sentinel robot turned around and walked towards Quicksilver, whose face was full of pain, although he didn't see any other peculiarities of this Sentinel robot. But judging from the increasingly painful expression on Quicksilver's face, it is clear that he is launching an invisible attack at this time. Otherwise, with Quicksilver's strong body that can withstand a speed of tens of kilometers per second, how could he be seriously injured by a mere laser attack and be unable to move for a long time? The remaining Sentinel robots turned in unison and locked onto the Scarlet Witch with their electronic eyes. "Walter, run!" Quicksilver said in a difficult voice. "No!" Scarlet Witch said firmly. Then she stretched her palm forward and looked firmly at the Sentinel robots in front of her. The next moment, one of the Sentinel robots stopped moving. With a muffled bang, his entire body shattered without any warning, turning into a pile of messy metal fragments. They flew over and fell to the ground, making ding-ding-dang-dang sounds of shattering. Then, Scarlet Witch, who had succeeded in her attack, moved her arm and pointed to another Sentinel robot. The Sentinel robot, who had recorded Scarlet Witch's previous attack, naturally would not give Scarlet Witch time to cast magic. The cold machine opened its big mouth and shot out a laser beam. Seeing the attack coming, Scarlet Witch's mind moved. She changed the distortion force field that she had originally cast into an energy force with a more protective effect, and covered her head. Boom! The laser beam arrived and hit the energy barrier erected by the Scarlet Witch. However, it was precisely because of her defensive behavior that Scarlet Witch fell into a passive situation. The remaining Sentinel robots judged that this was a rare opportunity. In an orderly order of attack, they launched attacks on Scarlet Witch one after another. A series of laser beams hit the energy field supported by Scarlet Witch like rain. And as the old Chinese saying goes, if you keep defending, you will lose. Under the continuous bombardment of the Sentinel robots, Scarlet Witch, whose spirit was constantly affected by the energy impact, gradually turned pale and fine sweat appeared on her forehead. Finally, after defending against a few more laser beams, she could no longer maintain the barrier. She dodged to the side in a sorry state. The Sentinel robots that had broken through Scarlet Witch's energy field also stopped attacking one after another and turned back into cold machines. With a bang, they jumped in front of Scarlet Witch and stretched out their cold robotic arms to grab Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch waved her hand and fired an energy blast from her palm, knocking the Sentinel robot in front of her away. But immediately, more Sentinel robots jumped around her. One launched an invisible attack to stimulate Scarlet Witch's spirit, making her unable to concentrate on casting magic. Another stretched out its arm and grabbed Scarlet Witch into its hand. Electricity flashed in its palm, and the Scarlet Witch was electrocuted. Ah! Under the electric attack, Scarlet Witch screamed and quickly fainted. The Sentinel robots that caught Scarlet Witch looked at each other, took the unconscious Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, and strode away from the scene of the battle. God, they're finally gone. 5 or 6 minutes after the Sentinel robots left, the suburban residents who had been awakened from their sleep because of the previous battle whispered softly with lingering fear. Obviously, they were frightened by the Sentinel robots. I didn't expect that Walter and Pietro were mutants. Oh, I didn't see anything unusual about them at all. They are not the same as the terrible mutants in the legends. Don't be confused by their performance. It's a pity that I wanted to chase Walter. Fortunately, it hasn't started yet. On the other side, the Sentinel robots that took Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver away from the scene finally arrived at a warehouse in the suburbs of New York that was specially used for outfield tasks at noon on this day. In the warehouse where the Sentinel robots were parked on the way, they locked Scarlet Witch in an isolation room alone. Then, like a group of scientists, they moved all kinds of equipment that were already in the warehouse and built something. However, these Sentinel robots didn't notice at all that on their way back to the warehouse, a small tail suddenly fell on them. It was a beautiful young woman with long brown hair. She looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. She was very tall, at least 1.75 meters tall. She wore a pair of tight dark blue jeans and a yellow t-shirt, which perfectly displayed her sexy curve. What are these robots doing? Are they conducting human experiments? The young woman who was hiding in a corner thought. No, I can't let them succeed, I have to save them. Then, the young woman decided. Then without hesitation, she waved her arm gently. In the next moment, the ground in the warehouse began to surge and crack, as if something was going to emerge from it. After a while, it turned into a tall stone giant that was not much inferior to the Sentinel robots. With heavy steps, it rushed towards the Sentinel robots inside. The Sentinel robots, who noticed the change, quickly turned around and faced the stone giant that was running over, but after all, they were a step too late. With a muffled bang, they were immediately knocked out by the stone giant's shoulder. Stone giant, don't worry about those robots, save them, the young woman said loudly. Hearing the order, the stone giant roared and immediately stopped chasing, turned around and punched the cage that held Quicksilver. Bang! With a loud rumble, the entire cage changed shape. Then the stone giant stepped forward, grabbed the deformed cage with both hands, and tore the cage open with a wide opening that was enough for him to reach out with his big hand. But just as the stone giant was about to reach for Quicksilver, a scarlet energy beam quickly flew over and hit the stone giant's body. Under the bombardment of the laser beam, the stone giant's body tilted and staggered back 2 steps. At this time, the Sentinel robots stood up from the ground and walked towards the stone giant with 2 other Sentinel robots that came out from the depths of the warehouse. Fire! At the same time, seeing that the stone giant she summoned was at a disadvantage, the young woman didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately came out of her hiding place and rushed forward with both hands. A huge wave of fire emerged out of thin air and hit the 3 Sentinel robots like a tide. Boom! The flames exploded, and the 3 Sentinel robots were knocked out. At this time, the stone giant, who had regained his footing, walked to the front of the cage again and stretched out his big hand to grab Quicksilver from inside. Go! Seeing that the stone golem had rescued the person, the young woman let out a low shout. Her hands pushed forward again, creating a whirlwind that wrapped around the raging flames that were still burning in the surroundings. It turned into a flaming tornado that quickly rushed toward the 3 Sentinel robots, Then she turned around without hesitation, caught up with the footsteps of the stone giant, and quickly left the warehouse where the sentinel robots were hiding and disappeared into the dense alleys of New York City. Chapter 22:12. P.S. Thank you, Momo, for your precious monthly votes. Although they lost Quicksilver, it was not a loss for the Sentinel robots at all, because Quicksilver had nothing to do with the plan set in their program. Scarlet Witch was the whole core of their plan. And the reason why it was her and not other mutants was entirely because of the Scarlet Witch's ability, chaos magic. In the database of the mutants of the Sentinel robots, the information of Scarlet Witch was recorded in detail. It was originally the basis of the amnesty list, but after the core program mutated, the program of the Sentinel robots found that Scarlet Witch's chaos magic was the most effective way to achieve their ultimate goal, the elimination of all mutants. It's just that the method they chose was not to make all mutants lose their ability like in the future, but to go one step further and let all creatures that can give birth to X gene die, in order to completely eliminate mutants. The X gene is contained in all human beings, but mutants is dominant and ordinary humans is recessive. So in other words, the goal of the Sentinel robots is to eliminate all humans. The method given by the Sentinel robots mutation program is to use the Scarlet Witch's chaos magic to mutate the sun and release a deadly high-temperature heat poison that is enough to kill humans. In this way, all the X gene carriers can be eliminated without any mistake. In order to achieve this goal, the Sentinel robots began to use the materials at hand to transform the energy emitter. On the other side, the young woman who rescued Quicksilver came to the top floor of the Babel building with a Circle 4 pattern made by laser lights after some movement. She took the elevator to the top floor where the Fantastic Four were located. "Hey, Crystal. You're back." The young Johnny Thunderbolt saw the young woman coming back and greeted her with a happy face. "Johnny, hurry. Save him." The woman named Crystal ignored Johnny's greeting and said quickly, "Who is this guy?" Johnny looked at Quicksilver in Crystal's arms and said with some dissatisfaction, "I don't know, I also saved him by chance." Crystal walked to the side with Quicksilver in her arms and put the unconscious Quicksilver on the sofa, and said without looking back, "Wow, when did you start taking over the job of a superhero?" Johnny joked. "What job, Johnny?" At this time, as the door opened, the city beauty dressed in trousers and a white shirt, Susan the Invisible Woman, asked. "I mean..." Johnny opened his mouth, but before he could finish his sentence, Crystal's voice sounded. "Susan, you came just in time, help me take a look at him." Hearing Susan's voice, Crystal hurriedly turned her head and said to Susan, "Who is he? Your compatriot?" asked Susan, who had only just noticed the stranger in the room. At the same time, he walked to Crystal's side and checked Quicksilver's condition. "No, I saved him from a few robots on the street," Crystal replied. "Robot? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Johnny asked in surprise. "Yes, a few 4-meter-tall humanoid robots that can shoot laser beams with their mouths," Crystal confirmed. "And they seem to be preparing to do something, I saw it. In addition to this man, another woman was also captured by them. I feel that she might be in danger. His condition doesn't look good. I think we'd better let Richard take a look." At this time, Susan, who probably used her medical knowledge to check Quicksilver's physical condition, turned her head and said to Crystal, "Okay." Crystal nodded and agreed. Then her finger swiped at Quicksilver. A breeze visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared under Quicksilver's body and lifted his body up from the sofa. "Also, Johnny, can I trouble you to go to the place that Crystal said and see the situation?" Susan turned her head and looked at Johnny, who was eating an orange, and said, Okay. I got it. I will go and rescue the princess trapped in the Steel Devil's lair." Johnny said helplessly. "Their location is..." Crystal quickly told him the hiding place of the Sentinel robot. "Okay, wait for my news." Johnny casually tossed the half-eaten tangerine to the side and walked to the balcony at the side. He called out, and his body suddenly ignited with raging flames. He flew towards the address mentioned by the crystal with his long red tail. "Devils, your Uncle Johnny is coming!" The arrogant words immediately echoed in the sky. According to the law of the Marvel world, as long as there are other superheroes involved, then terrible things can be saved in the end. So if there is no accident, the plan of the mutant Sentinel robots is destined to fail with the participation of the Fantastic Four. On the other side, through the recorded data of the Sentinel robots, Seito, who made a Sentinel robot search radar as quickly as possible, set off again after getting the radar. He transformed into an Earth sanitation worker and began to clean up the remaining wandering Sentinel robot. It's just that he didn't know until he checked, and he was shocked. In just a few months, the Sentinel Robots project became a mutant cleanup plan implemented worldwide under the promotion of the World Security Council. So even if Seito destroyed the manufacturing factory of the Sentinel robots, there were still a large number of Sentinel robots outside. Just in the United States, the radar showed that there were 200 Sentinel robots scattered in major cities in the 50 states of the United States. For the power of the world! Seito sighed. Then his figure scattered and divided into hundreds of shadow clones, each holding a book of the elves to contact Seito himself. Then they each launched instant transmission and disappeared from the spot, cleaning up the remaining Sentinel robots. And one of the shadow clones unsurprisingly found a Sentinel robot that was about to control the Scarlet Witch to complete the final mutation work. However, at this time, in addition to the Sentinel robots, there was also a Burning Man in the warehouse at this time. It was Johnny the Thunderbolt, one of the Fantastic Four, who came to check on the situation on Susan's orders. However, right now, he was in a very sorry state, like a rat crossing the street, dodging the ability attacks launched by several Sentinel robots everywhere. "Hey, do you need help?" Seito greeted with a smile. "No need. I can handle it myself." Johnny the Thunderbolt refused without even thinking about it. However, before he finished speaking, a sound beam visible to the naked eye bombarded his body, dispersing the flames outside his body and sending him crashing into the wall beside him like a broken cloth bag. Bang! "TSK, brother, you really don't need my help?" Seito said with a gloating face. Among the Fantastic Four, Seito despised the arrogant and rude Johnny the Thunderbolt the most, so now that he had the chance to see him suffer, Seito was 100% willing to stand by and watch him suffer. "I said I don't need it." Johnny struggled to get up from the ground and said impatiently. But what responded to him was a red and a yellow energy beam attack, forcing the Thunderbolt, who had not yet entered the state of a Burning Man, to roll to the side in an unsightly posture. "Well then, I'll leave this to you, I'll go in and take a look," Seito said with a shrug. Then, without waiting for Johnny the Thunderbolt's response, he entered the interior of the warehouse in a flash and appeared near where Scarlet Witch was. It was a large open room with no debris around. There was only an energy exciter similar to the one Seito saw before when Dr. Octopus created the artificial sun. It was placed in the middle of the room, and there were dozens of thick and long black cables connected to the outside of the warehouse. Scarlet Witch, who was almost naked and only wearing a pair of red-laced underwear to cover her body, was tied up in the middle of the instrument. A strange iron hat covered her head, and slender wires were connected to a Sentinel robot next to the instrument. On both sides of this Sentinel robot, there were 3 other Sentinel robots guarding the surroundings like bodyguard. This scene. F***CK. Don't tell me they're going to play the game of a mutated sun? Seito, who glanced at Scarlet Witch's exposed chest with interest, suddenly changed his expression and gasped. He didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately appeared in front of the Sentinel robot connected to the metal helmet on the Scarlet Witch's head with a flash of his body. He swung his arm like a blade and slashed out a bright, cold blade of light, instantly slicing through the wires between the helmet and the sentinel robot. Zap, boom! Electric light shot out, producing a small burst of low explosive sound. At the same time, the scarlet light in the electronic eyes of the 4 sentinel robots locked onto Seito's body at the same time. Seito didn't care if they locked onto him or not. His figure flashed again, and he appeared behind the sentinel robot. With a light wave of his hand, it landed on the sentinel robot's body. Then, with a soft "whoo" sound, the sentinel robot was instantly enveloped by a vigorous purple-green flame. It quickly turned scarlet red, melted into molten iron, and burned into nothingness. Then, Seito did the same thing and burned the remaining 3 sentinel robots into nothingness with the purple-blue Tusita fire. Then Ito-sei waved his arm and put away the 4 purple and blue Tusita flames that were still in the air. He stepped to the front of the instrument and rescued the half-naked Scarlet Witch from the instrument. He stretched out his hand to support her body, took out a bathrobe from the void, and put it on her body. Chapter 22:13. Seito carried Scarlet Witch on his back and walked out of the warehouse. At this time, Thunderflame was no longer as miserable as when he first met him. Furthermore, he didn't know how he managed to get rid of one of the Sentinel robots. Only the other 2 Sentinel robots were left to deal with him. "Looks like you really don't need my help." Seito chuckled when he saw the situation. Don't you know who I am?" Thunderbolt Johnny said proudly. "If that's the case, then I'll leave these 2 Sentinels to you. Remember, don't let them go. Otherwise, an Esper like you won't be able to live." Seito reminded him seriously. "I don't need you to teach me what to do," Johnny replied. Seito chuckled and didn't say anything. He activated teleport and disappeared from the spot. However, he didn't go far. Instead, he stopped somewhere outside the warehouse. He was really worried that Johnny would listen to his warning and kill the remaining Sentinel robot. So, just in case, to prevent any mistakes in his plan to earn the power of the world, he was going to personally monitor this place until he confirmed that Johnny really killed the 2 Sentinel robots before leaving. And this wait lasted for more than 10 minutes. It wasn't until the other 3 of the Fantastic Four and the girl named Crystal arrived that Johnny walked out of the warehouse in a bad mood and met up with everyone. "Thank God you're okay." Seeing Johnny come out, Susan hurriedly ran to him and let out a big sigh of relief. "Why are you guys here?" Johnny looked at Mr. Miracle, Invisible Woman, Rockman, and Crystal in surprise. "We saw that you left for so long and didn't come back. We were worried that you were in danger, so we rushed over together," Crystal explained. "You guys underestimate me too much. What danger can I be in?" Johnny curled his lips and said, "Johnny." Hearing Johnny's words, Susan was a little unhappy. Okay, thank you for your concern. I'm very touched." Johnny raised his hands helplessly as if he was surrendering. "Right, how's the situation? Did you manage to save anyone?" Crystal asked. "No, I've been fighting with the 3 big guys, so I haven't had a chance. But don't worry, another guy came here and rescued the woman inside," Johnny replied. When Susan heard this, she couldn't help but look at Crystal. Both of them couldn't understand what was going on. "If that's the case, then let's go back." Seeing that there was nothing else, Mr. Miracle suggested. He still had an important experiment to complete, and he didn't want to waste time here. "All right, let's get out of here," Susan agreed. Then, the Fantastic Four and Crystal did not stay any longer. They all got into the car and drove back to their headquarters, the Ba building. It wasn't until their car had completely disappeared that Seito came out of his hiding place with Scarlet Witch in his arms. He walked slowly back to the warehouse to confirm the destruction of the Sentinel robots inside. Luckily, Johnny wasn't very reliable. However, the power of his superpower was not bad. The remaining 2 sentinel robots were turned into 2 puddles of molten metal under his high-temperature flames, solidifying on the ground in a huge lump. It looked disgusting. After confirming that the sentinel robots here were all destroyed, Seito didn't stay any longer. He activated instant transmission and left the scene, returning to his original body. How did you get together with her? Ito-sei looked at the shadow doppelganger that returned with the Scarlet Witch in his arms. Consider it an unexpected gain. The shadow clone that reached out and handed Scarlet Witch to Ito smiled. Okay, I'll leave her to you. You can deal with her as you see fit. After saying that, it exploded into a cloud of smoke with a puff sound and disappeared into the air. Ito took Scarlet Witch. He frowned slightly as he recalled the memory transmitted back from the shadow clone. Fortunately, I didn't slack off. After building the radar, I immediately started to clean up the scattered sentinel robots. Otherwise, those sentinel robots might have succeeded. After a while, Seito, who roughly knew the cause and effect through the memory stimulation, said with some relief. After all, although he came to this world to earn the power of the world, not to conquer the world and devour the world, he was not so crazy as to ignore the life and death of a world's people for the sake of the power of the world. What's more, these people were earthlings like him, so Seito felt very comfortable in his heart for being able to stop the sentinel robots' plan to exterminate mankind. Then Seito temporarily put this matter aside and continued to pursue the scattered sentinel robots. He didn't want to leave any fish that escaped the net and do something uncontrollable again. After more than an hour, under the pursuit of Seito's countless shadow clones, all the sentinel robots outside were burned into a pool of molten iron by him. Unless there was a powerful person who could control time, otherwise, the group of government personnel would not be able to replicate new sentinel robots with this molten iron. After carefully confirming that there was no sentinel robot on Earth, Seito put away all the shadow clones and left with the unconscious Scarlet Witch. He appeared in someone else's house and gently put Scarlet Witch on the bed. Ito-sei, who had put the Scarlet Witch down, retreated from the bed and sat on a chair. He closed his eyes and meditated to recover the slight spiritual loss caused by today's action. Unknowingly, several hours passed in a blink of an eye. About 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, accompanied by a seductive whisper, Scarlet Witch, who had been unconscious for nearly a day, finally woke up and opened her bright sky-blue eyes. "You're awake," Seito said softly. Scarlet Witch, who was still a little confused, was shocked when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at Seito. "It's you." Scarlet Witch was surprised. Then she exerted force on her waist and sat up from the bed, but then she felt a chill on her chest, causing her to subconsciously look at her chest. In an instant, a familiar touch of white and messy clothes came into her sight. Scarlet Witch's face changed slightly, and she quickly tidied up her clothes to cover the exposed spring scenery. "Why am I here? Where is Pietro?" Scarlet Witch, who had tidied up her clothes, asked in a deep voice. "I happened to save you from the sentinel robots when I destroyed them. Because you were still unconscious at that time, I took the initiative to bring you here. As for your brother Pietro, I didn't see him when I saved you, but I don't think he should be in danger because when I saved you, Thunderbolt of the Fantastic Four also appeared in that place, so if I'm not mistaken, they saved your brother Pietro." Seito explained, "Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that someone else saved Pietro. You need to investigate this yourself later." "I see, thank you." Scarlet Witch, who heard that her brother was fine, was slightly relieved and thanked him. "It's nothing." Seito smiled, then changed the topic and continued, "But if you can, I hope you can do me a favor." "What?" Scarlet Witch frowned. This kind of behavior immediately weakened the few good feelings that Scarlet Witch had for Seito in her heart. "I want to study the chaos magic you have mastered, is that okay?" Seito asked. Of course, if you don't want to, just say it, I won't force you, not to mention that the other party is a beautiful woman like you. How do you want to study it? Scarlet Witch, who frowned but did not refuse at first, asked. If you can, I hope you can teach me chaos magic. Seito smiled. Sorry, I'm also confused about chaos magic myself. I can only use it, but I don't know its principle and how it works, so I can't teach you chaos magic. Scarlet Witch shook her head. If that's the case, then we can only use the second method, that is, you cast chaos magic, and then I will feel the changes during this period, so as to understand how it exists as much as possible. Seito thought about it and said, This method can work, but there is one thing I need to remind you in advance. That is, my chaos magic is not completely under my control. It may work or fail, but whether it works or fails, it will cause a certain degree of change to the existing world. I can't be sure whether this change is good or bad, so I can't be sure whether it will pose a threat to your life, so do you still want to study it? Scarlet Witch looked at Seito with a serious face and reminded him solemnly. This is troublesome. Seito frowned. How powerful is Scarlet Witch's chaos magic? Because of her mental breakdown, she directly burst out with the strength of Omega level and killed 99% of the mutants on the entire Earth, leaving less than 100 endangered species left from the originally large group of mutants. And because of various reasons, they were able to escape the influence of chaos magic and were not eliminated. The second time, because of the control of a certain witch, Scarlet Witch, who went berserk again, turned the world into the Middle Ages. The third time, because of an unexpected factor, Scarlet Witch, who went berserk again, eliminated the power of all the superpowers in the entire world, including the power of Doctor Strange and the Molecular Man, which even the Court of Life was afraid of. Even the Hulk and the mutants couldn't escape. And according to Doctor Strange's research, Scarlet Witch's chaos magic was a powerful force that could interfere with the multiverse, which even the gods in the unit universe couldn't do. So at present, Seito couldn't tell whether he was a god in the unit universe or a multiverse in the Marvel world. He really didn't think that he could resist Scarlet Witch's chaos magic. Chapter 22:14. P.S. Thank you to Yangbo 2001 for your precious monthly vote. Let's talk about this after you find your brother, Quicksilver. Seito thought for a while and said, Of course. Scarlet Witch agreed. But it's already very late today. Even if the Fantastic Four are superheroes, they still need to rest. How about we go to the Pause building after dawn? Then Seito persuaded. Well, I hope Pietro is really as lucky as you said. Scarlet Witch looked at the sky outside the window, nodded and sighed. Have a good rest, I'll be outside the house. Call me if you need anything. Seeing that Scarlet Witch agreed, Seito stood up from the chair and said, then nodded slightly to Scarlet Witch, turned and left the bedroom, and closed the door behind him. Oh bang! Seito, who left Scarlet Witch's bedroom, walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down, leaned his body on the back of the sofa, leaned his head back, and closed his eyes, thinking about Scarlet Witch and her chaos magic. In fact, Seito's desire to learn chaos magic is not too strong. Although the power of chaos magic is indeed very powerful, from the point of view of the effect alone, it even has the ability to reverse cause and effect, create things out of thin air and other powerful abilities, but for Seito, who has already determined his own advancement system and is ready to rely on the laws of time and space to prove himself, it is not of much help. At most, it will give him one more means and get one more powerful ability. And it's not impossible to find a corresponding alternative. Just talking about the ability to create things out of thin air, Seito has gathered his own power now. It's not impossible to create things with the power of creation. Didn't he create the angel Elijah with telekinesis, wood spirit, and some other powers before? If he has to get a simple creation technique, Ito can also go to the world of the red-haired Shauna in the future to get the law of freedom. There is no need to risk his life to study chaos magic for this. As for reversing karma, as long as you study the law of time thoroughly, you can also change the timeline by learning from the powerful people in the Marvel world. You can also get the results you want. At most, it would be the freedom spell and the time jump. These two methods were not as effective as chaos magic, and their effects were not as powerful as chaos magic, which could affect the multiverse. However, the latter was a matter of personal ability and quality, and had nothing to do with chaos magic. But even so, Ito, who had taken collecting knowledge as a habit and was prepared to treat it as a career that would help him live an infinite life, didn't feel like giving up on studying chaos magic just like that. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided to take the risk and see the true face of the so-called chaos magic. But as for the research location, Ito will definitely not place it on Earth. After all, on the other side of Mount Manda on the Earth, there was a great demon god waiting for the opportunity to escape. He wanted to seize the body of the Scarlet Witch and harm the world. Itose didn't want to release that guy because of his curiosity. With a decision in his heart, Ito didn't hesitate anymore. He focused his mind and began to meditate to feel the rules that he had mastered, especially the rules of time and space that had been identified as the foundation of his Taoist Tao. In peace, a night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Scarlet Witch, who had changed into a set of clothes that Ito pretended to buy at a nearby supermarket, but in fact, he took out the clothes from the Rubik's Cube world and had breakfast together with Ito. Then, they left the empty house and took a taxi to the headquarters of the Fantastic Four, the Ba Building. And because the house that Ito chose was in the same area as the Ba Building, it didn't take long. The car stopped in front of the Ba Building. "Keep the change." Ito got out of the taxi and handed a $50 bill to the taxi driver. "Thank you." The driver thanked him with a smile. Ito ignored him. He walked straight into the Ba Building with Scarlet Witch, who also got out of the car. "Hello." The receptionist, sitting in the lobby of the building, got up and greeted. "Hello." Ito responded casually, but his footsteps still didn't stop. He led Scarlet Witch to an elevator on the side, pressed the button, and walked into the elevator that opened by itself. "Sorry you can't," the receptionist said hurriedly. "Don't worry, there won't be a problem." Ito smiled at the receptionist. Ding. Then the elevator door closed, and with a slight vibration, it quickly rose up. "Are you familiar with this place?" As the elevator rose, Scarlet Witch asked with some surprise. "No, but my feeling tells me that this elevator is the right one." Ito smiled. "Well, I hope your feelings are correct." Scarlet Witch curled her lips and said, "Don't worry, it's always accurate." Ito smiled. Then, with another ding, the closed elevator door slowly opened. Ito and Scarlet Witch walked out of the elevator, turned around and walked to the glass door on the right. "Sir, Miss, welcome to the Ba Building. I'm Sophia. How can I help you?" At the counter in front of the glass door, a young woman who was obviously created with three-dimensional imaging technology smiled at Ito and Scarlet Witch as they walked in. "I'm Chen. This is Walter. We need to see Miss Susan. Can you help us call her?" Although the other party was just a virtual person, Ito didn't think there was any problem with it. "Do you have an appointment?" the virtual person, Sophia, asked. "No, but we have some things to confirm with Miss Susan, so please call her," Ito said. "Okay, I'll help you ask," Sophia said. After that, Sophia stopped moving. About half a minute later, she stopped moving. After about half a minute, she spoke again. "Miss Susan has agreed to your request and is coming here. Please wait a moment." "Okay." Ito nodded. "Wait a moment." Then, he turned to Scarlet Witch and said, The latter nodded. Sophia agreed. Susan didn't let the two wait for long. In less than a minute, the invisible woman, dressed in blue slim trousers and an open-necked white shirt with lace pleats on the chest, swayed her slender waist and appeared in front of Ito Sei and Scarlet Witch. "Hello, I'm Susan." Susan shook hands with Sei Ito and Scarlet Witch and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Chun and this is Walter." After shaking hands, Ito Mori, who was still in charge, said, "We came here this time mainly because we want to confirm something with you." "What is it?" Susan asked curiously. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch didn't hesitate. She reached out and drew a line in the air. A picture of Quicksilver, composed entirely of magical energy, appeared in the air and appeared in front of Susan's eyes. Susan was a little surprised by the scene in front of her, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at the two in confusion. "I don't know if you've seen this person before," Sei Ito continued. "His name is Pietro Maximov. He's the brother of Miss Wanda Maximov. Yesterday, he was attacked by Miss Wanda Maximov. Yesterday, he and Miss Wanda were attacked together. Although I saved her, I didn't find any trace of Pietro there, so forgive me for being presumptuous. Why did you come to me? Or should I say, we're asking about this?" Susan frowned. "Because I saw Mr. Thunderbolt at that time." Sei Ito smiled. "Johnny? You're the person Johnny said he met?" Susan, who suddenly recalled what Johnny said when they met yesterday, looked at Ito Sei and said with a look of realization, "Yes, that's me." Sei Ito nodded and admitted. "Okay, I've seen him. Come with me." Sei Ito admitted. Susan, who had let down her guard, let out a sigh of relief and greeted the two with a smile. Then she turned around. She walked into the inner room. Sei Ito and Scarlet Witch looked at each other and followed behind Susan. Under Susan's lead. Soon, the two of them came to a room that looked like a lounge. "Hey, buddy, stay away from the crystal." Before they entered the room, Johnny's angry voice came from the room. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Then, Pietro's voice came from the room. "What did you say?" "Looks like you need to wake up," Johnny said loudly. Creak. But at this moment, with the sound of the door opening, Susan, Ito Sei, and Scarlet Witch appeared in the room. "Johnny!" Susan shouted as she walked into the room. Johnny frowned when he saw Susan. He didn't say anything, but the anger on his face didn't disappear. "Wanda!" Pietro, on the other hand, shouted at Scarlet Witch in surprise. "Pietro! I'm so glad you're okay." Scarlet Witch quickly stepped forward, hugged Pietro, and said happily with a sigh of relief, "Yes, I'm fine. And it looks like you're the same. Thank God." After the hug, Pietro grabbed Scarlet Witch's arms and looked her up and down. "I have to thank Chin. He saved me," Scarlet Witch said as she looked at Sei Ito. Pietro, who saw Sei Ito's face, frowned and said unhappily, "It's you." Obviously, he still hadn't let go of the grudge he had when he was captured by Sei Ito. "Pietro," Scarlet Witch, who noticed Pietro's tone, reminded him. "Okay, thank you for saving Wanda." Pietro had no choice but to thank him. "It's nothing." Sei Ito nodded in response. Then, Scarlet Witch briefly said a few words to Quicksilver. The two then said goodbye to Stone Golem, Mr. Fantastic, and the other Fantastic Four who came later. Under their gazes, they left the pause building together with Ito Sei. "Remember, stay away from the crystal. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Johnny suddenly shouted as the elevator was about to close. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the crystal," Pietro retorted without showing any weakness. Ding! After saying that, the elevator door closed and quickly descended to the ground floor. Next, the three left the pause building and stopped in a 5-star hotel. "Thank you." Scarlet Witch looked at Sei Ito and thanked him. "You've already thanked me. And you'll help me next, won't you?" Sei Ito smiled. "Yes." Scarlet Witch nodded affirmatively. Now you and Pietro have a good talk. After that, I'll take you out of New York and go to another safe place to study your chaos magic. Seito said. Where to? How long? Scarlet Witch asked with a frown. A barren land where even if your chaos magic goes out of control, it won't cause any big problems. As for the time, it depends on the situation. If it's short, it'll be 3 to 5 days. If it's long, it'll be half a month. In short, I promise it won't be more than a month. Seito thought about it and replied. Okay. Scarlet Witch lowered her head slightly and thought for a while before agreeing. Then Seito and Scarlet Witch separated and returned to their respective booked rooms to rest. Until 3 days later, let's go. Scarlet Witch, who watched a plane take off for Eastern Europe, retracted her gaze and turned to Seito and said. The destination of the plane was the hometown of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Because Scarlet Witch decided to go out with Seito, and because their real estate in the United States was destroyed by the Sentinel robots, Scarlet Witch, who originally planned to return to her hometown, asked Quicksilver to go home first and wait until everything was over before meeting him in her hometown. Do you mind? Seito nodded and said as he put his hand around Scarlet Witch's waist. Some. Scarlet Witch glanced at Seito and said. Then I'm sorry. Seito smiled. After that, with a thought, he disappeared from the airport with Scarlet Witch and appeared in the vast desert of New Mexico. Then, Seito politely let go of his hand and stepped back from Scarlet Witch. With a thought, he took out a set of black tight leather clothes made by Magic Cube World technology, similar to the X-Men uniform, and handed it to Scarlet Witch. Put it on, and then we'll set off for the real destination. Seito said. Scarlet Witch looked at the clothes in Seito's hand and frowned, but she didn't say anything. She silently took the clothes from his hand, and then the energy field around her moved, and a wind curtain emerged out of thin air, wrapping her figure in the middle of the wind curtain. Seeing this, Seito shrugged and turned to look to the side. Then after about 5 or 6 minutes, the wind curtain disappeared, and Scarlet Witch reappeared in front of Seito in a tight black leather jacket. Chapter 22:15. Not bad, very sexy. Itose looked at the Scarlet Witch, whose figure was particularly exquisite under the tight black leather jacket, and said with a smile. Then, he reached out and took the clothes in Scarlet Witch's hand. Thank you. Scarlet Witch, who heard the praise, thanked him and handed the jeans and shirt in her hand to Seito. After receiving the things, Seito moved his arm and the clothes disappeared in his hand. Then, Seito walked to Scarlet Witch's side again and reached out his hand to hug her waist. Scarlet Witch turned her head and looked at Seito for a while. She didn't say anything, which was a tacit acknowledgement of his rude behavior. Then, the two figures flashed and disappeared into the air. The next moment, in the synchronous orbit of Earth, Seito and Scarlet Witch's figure appeared together. We have a long journey ahead of us. Seito turned his head and looked at Scarlet Witch beside him. Where are you taking me? Scarlet Witch sighed, feeling as if she had been tricked. Mars. Seito smiled and said, There, no matter how out of control your chaos magic, it will never hurt anyone on Earth. Similarly, it will not cause any changes on Earth that you don't want. You're so thoughtful, Scarlet Witch said with a hint of annoyance. Of course. I'm a superhero. Seito laughed and said, Okay, the plane is about to depart, please fasten your seatbelt. Do you mean you want me to hug you tightly? Scarlet Witch looked at Seito and said with a smile. It would be great if that's the case. Seito smiled. Humph. Scarlet Witch snorted softly and reached out her hand to hug Seito's waist. Feeling the fullness and softness of her chest, Seito smiled gently and immediately used telekinesis to push the void. It quickly turned into a tailless meteor and blasted towards Mars at extreme speed. without the influence of air resistance. Under the situation where the speed could be increased infinitely, about an hour had passed. Saito, holding the Scarlet Witch, broke through the atmosphere of Mars under the protection of the psychokinetic barrier and fell to the ground at high speed. Boom! Like a meteor crashing into the ground, a large cloud of dust instantly rose into the sky, covering an area with a radius of tens of miles. In a flash, Saito and Scarlet Witch appeared on another white ground more than 10 kilometers away from where they landed. Is this Mars? Scarlet Witch muttered to herself as she looked at the red surface of Mars in front of her. Yes, this is Mars. Saito smiled. Do you see the buttons on your wrist? Press it now, and I'll withdraw my protection for you. Then, Saito's eyes fell on the cufflinks of the black tights worn by Scarlet Witch and said, "This?" Scarlet Witch lowered her head. Scarlet Witch lowered her head and pressed the button with her hand. In an instant, the inside of the tights on Scarlet Witch's body lit up slightly, and lines as thick as fingers appeared like circuit board patterns, exuding an invisible force and attached to Scarlet Witch's body. Then Scarlet Witch felt her breathing become clear, and her spirit became excited involuntarily. What is this? Scarlet Witch, who felt the change in herself, turned her head to look at Saito beside her, and asked curiously. It's a multifunctional protective garment. It can provide you with enough oxygen to survive in the universe like a spacesuit, and in addition to that, it also has many additional functions such as fireproof, waterproof, radiation-proof, antivirus, and so on. It can be said that as long as you have this garment in your hand, you don't have to worry about space exploration. Saito, who saw that Scarlet Witch had activated the function of the garment, put away the psychokinetic barrier covering the two of them, exposing Scarlet Witch directly to the environment of Mars. It's really a good thing. Scarlet Witch looked at the tights on her body and couldn't help but admire. Now it's your turn. Because we have to live on Mars for a while, you'd better use your chaos magic to create a house and enough living items for us, otherwise the two of us will probably have to live like savages on Mars. Saito spread out his hands. He shrugged and joked. Of course, if we really have to live that kind of life. Maybe in a few years, our traces on Mars will be regarded as traces of Martian activity. It will be appreciated by a large number of ignorant people, so if you have any expectations for this, I don't mind if we spend a week or even longer on Mars like this. Forget it, I don't want to be a Martian savage. Scarlet Witch curled her lips and said. But as soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. Saito shrugged indifferently and stepped aside. Seeing Saito walk away, Scarlet Witch didn't hesitate. She stared at the building site in front of her, concentrated her energy, and suddenly launched the chaos magic. In an instant, an indescribable and strange wave spread from Scarlet Witch, stirring the space, causing the whole space to distort like sticky coffee being stirred. Then a familiar house style gradually appeared on the ground that Scarlet Witch was staring at. Material interference, elemental filling, space distortion, mental power materialization. Oh, there seems to be something like cause and effect. Is this chaos magic? When Scarlet Witch launched the chaos magic to create a house, Saito, who used his mental power to feel the surrounding changes closely, secretly thought. After about a minute or so, all the abnormalities disappeared, and a European-style villa that was exactly the same as the villa that Scarlet Witch had previously destroyed appeared in front of them. Of course, not only the villa, but even the cement ground, garden, and green plants planted in the garden attached to the villa were also materialized by Scarlet Witch, although it didn't take long for them to wither quickly because they were not adapted to the environment of Mars, the island of greed. Saito, who saw all these changes, said softly, "This kind of materialization, and even the creation of living plants, was similar to the island of greed in the hunter world that Saito knew. They were all things in life created out of thin air by the same force. The only difference between the two was that the former was strong enough to modify the omnipotent universe, while the latter could only be applied in a small area. Scarlet Witch, who faintly heard Saito said something, turned her head and looked over, wondering, "What?" "Nothing." Saito shook his head. But secretly, Saito planned to restudy the materialization ability of the 6 telekinesis systems. It seems that I have indeed neglected the power of telekinesis. Come on, see if you are satisfied. Scarlet Witch, who didn't delve deeper, invited him. Okay. Saito smiled. Then together with Scarlet Witch, he walked to the villa that was created out of thin air, opened the door, and entered the house. After that, things were simple. In addition to the normal daily communication, the Scarlet Witch would show him chaos magic once a day according to Ito-Cheng's request, so that Ito-Cheng could feel and study it. And he didn't know if it was because they were far away from the Earth and didn't have to worry about this and that, but the success rate of Scarlet Witch's chaos magic had obviously improved a lot. From the beginning of the research until now, whether it was making Scarlet Witch create simple inanimate substances like food out of thin air, or weak living things like flowers and plants, there was not a single failure, which surprised Scarlet Witch herself. In this way, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Okay, the agreed time is up. That's it. On this day, after feeling the chaos magic cast by Scarlet Witch again, Saito said, "Huh, is that so? I didn't expect a month to pass so quickly." Scarlet Witch, who had just released the chaos fluctuations, exhaled softly and said with some emotion, "Why? Can't bear to part with it?" Saito looked at Scarlet Witch with interest and asked, "Can't bear to part with this quiet life? Or can't bear to part with me? You are not someone to me, why can't you bear to part with it?" Scarlet Witch said as she rolled her eyes at Saito angrily. "That's really a regrettable answer. I thought that after this month of sex, we would have been used to each other's existence, and used to the quiet life now. I didn't expect. Oh, it's my wishful thinking." Saito shook his head and sighed with a hurt expression. Scarlet Witch heard the words and opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. "Well, although it's not much, I admit that I really can't bear to part with you and the quiet life now." After a while, Scarlet Witch said softly, "Really?" Saito was surprised. Yes. Now that she had said it, Scarlet Witch admitted it generously and nodded to confirm it. "Ha ha ha ha, I told you. How could you be willing to part with it?" Saito laughed proudly. "You." Scarlet Witch frowned as she felt that Saito's performance was a bit wrong. "Ha ha ha ha, I was just teasing you." Saito laughed. "Bastard. You are still as annoying as ever." Scarlet Witch said angrily. "Who told you not to tell the truth?" Saito smiled and looked at Scarlet Witch with a smile. "Well, now, take me back to Earth. I don't want to see you again," Scarlet Witch said as she got up from the sofa. Well, I was wrong, I apologize, I shouldn't have teased you like that. We will go back to Earth, but before that, let's finish this last meal on Mars together." Saito quickly stood up, took Scarlet Witch's hand and apologized. "For the sake of these last days on Mars," Scarlet Witch said. "For the sake of these last days on Mars," Saito said. Chapter 22:16. Scarlet Witch smiled slightly, and a look of success flashed in her eyes. "Walter." Saito, who noticed the light flashing in Scarlet Witch's eyes, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you the only one who can lie to me, and I can't lie to others?" Scarlet Witch said proudly. "Well, you win, I was fooled by you." Saito, who was amazed that women were born to be actors, sighed and said nothing. He led Scarlet Witch to the dining table and shared their last meal on Mars with her. After the last meal, Saito and Scarlet Witch were too lazy to pack up their things. After a little rest, they left the villa together and appeared on Mars. "Do you want to keep it for future generations to admire or destroy it?" Seito asked as he looked at the house he had lived in for a month. Destroy it. Scarlet Witch thought for a while and replied. Okay. Seito nodded and agreed. After saying that, he waved one hand and a purple-green flame instantly flew out from his palm, like a long dragon flying to the villa, and with a "hoo" sound, the entire villa was set ablaze. Under the burning of the purple-green tusseta fire, the villa was almost instantly turned into charcoal. With a crash, it collapsed, stirring up a cloud of black smoke and dust. It quickly turned into nothingness in the purple-green tusseta fire. Then Seito waved his arm again and put away the purple-blue tusseta fire that ended the mission of destroying the corpse. Let's go. Seito reached out and wrapped his arm around Scarlet Witch's waist and said softly, Okay. Scarlet Witch nodded and hugged Seito's waist with both hands. Then Seito wrapped the bodies of the two with psychokinesis and rushed forward. Turning into a retrograde meteor, he quickly broke through the atmosphere of Mars and returned to the universe, shooting towards Earth with infinite acceleration. About an hour later, Seito and Scarlet Witch appeared in the geosynchronous orbit and quickly offset the increased inertial force by flying around the Earth. It didn't stop until it could guarantee a normal fall. It then turned around again, broke through the atmosphere, and flew back to Earth. Finally, it landed in a hidden corner of a city in Europe. Well, we're home. Seito let go of Scarlet Witch's waist and smiled. Would you like to come to my house? Scarlet Witch blinked and invited. If there's no one in your house, I'd be happy to, Seito replied with a strange smile. I can't guarantee that. And I think you're thinking too much. I just want to treat you to a cup of coffee. Scarlet Witch, who knew what Seito was implying, blushed slightly. He took a step back and smiled. Then forget it. I prefer tea to coffee. Seito shrugged helplessly. Well, I'll invite you next time when my house has tea. Scarlet Witch said. I hope you'll be the only one in your house at that time. Seito smiled. I hope so. Scarlet Witch said, Well, I should go back and see Pietro. See you later. See you later. Seito nodded in agreement. Then Scarlet Witch nodded at Seito, turned and walked out of the alley, disappearing into the distant street. Seito, who saw Scarlet Witch's figure disappear, didn't stay in the same place any longer. He launched instant transmission and disappeared from where he was, and the next moment, he appeared on the streets of London, England. That thing is about to happen. In the drizzle, Seito was walking on the streets of London. Hey man, do you need help? Just as Seito was lost in his thoughts, a black man came over and asked. Probably in his eyes, it's impossible to walk without an umbrella in this weather. And his expression looks like a person with something on his mind, not a lovelorn person. He's just in trouble and needs help, of course. It can also be seen that he's a warm-hearted person. At least Seito met 20 or 30 foreigners in the 5 or 6 minutes he walked, and none of them took the initiative to ask him. Thanks man, I'm fine. I just want to learn from Don Lockwood and feel the feeling of walking in the rain. Seito said kindly to the warm-hearted big black man. Really? Then you'd better find an umbrella, because Don Lockwood also needs it when he dances. The big black man laughed. Well, you're right. I should get an umbrella. No girl wants to date a drowned rat. Seito agreed. Yes, those girls don't like drowned rats. The big black man said, Walk forward for 20 meters and you'll see a supermarket. Go there and get an umbrella. Also, good luck. You too. Seito thanked him. The big black man patted Seito's arm, laughed, and continued to walk forward. It seems that I need to find a place to stay first, and then investigate that matter. Seito smiled. After thinking about it, Seito stopped pretending to walk in the rain. He raised his arm and stopped a taxi that just happened to be in front of him. He drove to the nearest 5-star hotel. The roads in London were clear in the rain. After about 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of a hotel. Saito paid the fare and got out of the car. He walked into the lobby, paid for a high-end suite, and checked in. After taking a hot shower, Saito used the hotel's computer to connect to the London network and looked up the recent strange things that happened in London. But he didn't know if he came too early, or the story hadn't started yet. Saito couldn't find any clues on the internet. He had to temporarily give up the search and used his hacking skills to search for another person. With the help of Saito's superpower that modern technology couldn't compare to, it didn't take long for a person's whereabouts to appear in front of him. The name recorded on it was none other than the person Saito was familiar with, Jane Foster. That's right. This time, Saito wanted to investigate nothing else. It was about to happen in 1 or 2 months in Thunder God 2, the connection of the 9 worlds in the Dark Kingdom. But his purpose wasn't to stop it before it happened, but to use Jane Foster's protagonist Aura to help him obtain the secret treasure in the original story, E-Tai. In addition, he was going to take advantage of the connection of the 9 worlds to go to places like Asgard to find something else. Then Saito took out the Marvel World's smart transceiver that had been modified by the technology in the Magic Cube world and transferred Jane Foster's mobile phone signal monitoring program to his own mobile phone to observe from time to time. Then he started to clean up all the traces of intrusion, exited the program, turned off the computer, and returned to the bedroom to rest. Of course, in order not to make his life too boring for 1 or 2 months, Saito deliberately released the White Queen Emma from the Magic Cube world to spend this time with him in London. And just as Saito was living a wonderful and romantic life in London, the situation in the United States changed. First of all, on the mutant side, because there was no threat from the Sentinel robots, the mutants' days finally became a lot more stable, but the conflict between them and the United States government could no longer be hidden. Therefore, in order to avoid more uncontrollable things, Magneto attacked the White House again and threatened the President of the United States. That's right, Magneto, who lost several of his men and fellow mutants because of the information about the Sentinel robot plan sent by Saito, broke into the White House single-handedly the next day under the gaze of a large group of ordinary people. But the result was the same as before. He was once again stopped by Professor X and the mutants team led by him. The President of the United States, who had just been saved by Professor X, then waved his pen and agreed to Professor X's request. An artificial island not far from the United States was assigned to Professor X as a base for him to settle mutants. This was the later Mutant Island, the predecessor of Utopia. Then, under the call of Professor X's prestige, a large number of homeless mutants began to go to Utopia and become residents of the island. And in order to speed up this process, the United States government, which had just been shocked by the power of mutants, took the initiative to assist mutants to go to Utopia Island. In addition to this major change, Laser of the original X-Men suddenly announced his withdrawal from the X-Men organization after a trip to the United Kingdom. He was engaged to Madeline, a beauty he met in the United Kingdom, and decided to live in the United Kingdom from now on. Then there was S.H.I.E.L.D. After a period of discussion and selection, Osborn, who was thought to be killed by Spider-Man, attacked the founder, Green Goblin Norman Osborn, was suddenly given a heavy responsibility and became the new S.H.I.E.L.D. commander. And in his own name and relationship, he formed another Avengers team. Naturally, as a form of resistance, Captain America, who had been persuaded by Tony Stark, came out again and re-established the Avengers with Tony Stark. They secretly fought against Norman Osborn and the other members of the organization made up of criminals and villains. At this point, the Civil War era ended, and the American heroes officially entered the Dark Reign period. Since the Civil War, the superheroes of the United States have once again fallen into a state of deep trouble. As for the last one, it was about Nick Fury. He was still secretly acting as his field mouse. In his personal capacity, he borrowed the power of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s insiders to monitor the movements of the entire United States, as well as space. He controlled the intelligence of the entire United States so that these superheroes would not go astray. Time flowed like water, and more than a month passed in a blink of an eye. Chapter 22:17. P.S. Thank you to @NickFinney for your precious monthly vote. P.S. New book waiting for editor to review. If all goes well, upload will begin in December. If all goes well, I might finish this book in December, ors. On the streets of London, a red Jeep of the Tiger series sped along. Turn left at the next turn. Inside the car, a young Caucasian man wearing a furry hat suddenly spoke. Who is he? She's my intern. She, her assistant, the infatuated girl, answered naturally. You have an intern? Although they were Heaven's researchers, they were not a government organization. They were just a small private workshop, not even a civilian organization. Logically speaking, they were not allowed to lead trainees. Of course, if the trainee insisted on coming and had a personal relationship with them, it would be a different story. However, it was not appropriate for Shi to do this because she had not even graduated from university yet. How could she be qualified to lead an intern? However, with her crazy state, it was not impossible for her to do such a thing. That's right, Shi replied calmly. She did not realize that there was a problem. Hello, Dr. Foster. It's an honor to work with you. Okay, I have to call Eric, Shi said. She ignored the young man. He took out his phone and called Eric, the other member of the group. Turn back, the young man said again. Shi twisted the steering wheel. The car swerved and turned a corner in a somewhat dangerous manner. Beep. Just then, another car that was passing by let out a long honk like a roar. Then turn left, the young man said again. She did not hesitate. She made another sharp turn and drove into a small alley. After turning left and right and passing through streets and alleys for about 10 minutes, the car finally stopped in a place full of containers that looked like a warehouse. Hurry up, it's exciting, she exclaimed as she pushed the door open. Look, the intern is excited. My name is Ian, the young man introduced himself. Do you want to bring a phaser? She asked. No, the young man said. Bring a phaser, the one that looks like a toaster. I know what a phase meter is, Ian muttered. Then, he got back into the car, took out the phaser, and closed the door. At this moment, while looking down at the incoming call, he asked, How do I change the ringtone? Then, he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. An astrophysicist with a seat should not ask such a question, Daisy replied. Why did you call me? He asked Daisy, who also had a phone pressed against her ear. Because I don't want to shout, Daisy replied. The intern said to go this way. It had to be said that Shi's logic was completely different from that of ordinary people. She was probably the only person in the entire world who would make a phone call for such a thing. Ian, my name is Ian, Ian reminded. Soon, he walked into the warehouse. The storeroom was very quiet. It looked similar to the street locations in the movies where gangs and underground forces do big business. The inside was empty and emitted a lonely atmosphere, which matched with their reason for coming here. It made Daisy and Ian's hair stand on end. Flutter! At this moment, the sound of pigeons flapping their wings suddenly came from the corner, startling the unsuspecting people. I don't want to sacrifice myself for Daisy said. Then, she raised her hand. She said loudly, Let's talk nicely. We are beautiful. Will they like us because of that? Daisy was stunned. She did not say anything. Then, at the next moment, 2 young men and 1 young woman walked out from behind the shelter. They are all children, said the girl when she saw who it was. Are you the police? Asked the girl, who was the only one among the children. No, we are from the family. She paused. At least I am. Thank you so much, she said with an unhappy face. We just found out, another male voice said. Can I take a look? The two children looked at each other and agreed silently. They walked to another factory with an open patio. On the ground of the patio, an old, abandoned oil truck was parked there quietly. The black child walked to the front of the oil truck and reached out to grab the front of the truck. He lifted it gently, and the oil truck floated as if it was weightless. After that, the black kid let go of his hand and moved away from the front of the oil truck. However, the oil truck that was floating in the air didn't fall back to the ground after he let go. Instead, it seemed to be in an area where there was no gravity as it gently rolled on its own. They were speechless. Something is wrong, said Daisy. Then, everyone moved again. They walked along the stairs in the factory and came to the middle of the factory. At this moment, the boy who looked like he was of Mexican descent walked to the top and threw a can of Coke into the center of the patio. However, before it fell to the ground, then a spatial ripple suddenly appeared and disappeared without a trace. Where did it go? The little girl pointed to the sky. Then, under everyone's gaze, the previous can of Coke reappeared in the sky and continued to fall to the ground. Then, it disappeared again in the same position and in the same space, until it was caught by the black boy. It's unbelievable. Then, he threw it into the center of the patio again and looked up at the sky. He was looking forward to the scene just now. However, the rock seemed to have gone to another space. After it disappeared, it did not appear again. What's going on? Sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't, the little girl explained. I want to throw something too. Jane, give me one of your shoes. Daisy, who was originally observing the instrument, said. Her words were still as infatuated as before, making people speechless. Then, he took the instrument and read the data on it. I've seen this kind of reading before. Except in the time in New Mexico, Daisy said. Then, as if she suddenly came back to her senses, she pushed her away and ran downstairs like crazy. Don't touch anything. Give me your shoes, Zhang Zian said. On the other side, she came to the place with the largest change in space values, a corridor inside the factory. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew. Then, in a sudden strange space wave, she disappeared. At the same time, the other figure that suddenly appeared also disappeared into the spatial ripples with her. The scene jumped. In front of her was a bottomless abyss. This was a sudden fatal danger. Daisy, he said. There's no need to shout. Other than you and me, there's no one else here. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. She looked in the direction of the voice. Even though she was facing a back, she still recognized the owner of the back immediately because she had a deep memory of who it was. It's you. Why are you here? Where is this place? Where are Daisy and the others? I don't know where this place is, but I'm sure it's not on Earth. As for why I'm here, it's because I followed you here. As for your friend Dai Shi, she's still on Earth, experiencing the joy of spatial dislocation with that silly girl. The owner of the figure turned his head slightly. With the help of the faint light in the space, one could see that it was Ito Sei. Okay, let's talk later. I need to deal with the danger here first. Sei Ito looked back at the stone pillar in front of him. It was like a coffin composed of two parts. The middle part of the pillar was emitting a red light. What's that? Ether. According to the Western theory of the four elements, it's the fifth element in the world. It's an indescribable thing. Sei Ito walked to the stone pillar, stretched out his hand, and said softly, Wow. She didn't know how to respond. In the next moment, the red liquid on the two boulders jumped up like a cat smelling fish. It rushed up to Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito was not surprised since he already knew what kind of person it was. He immediately activated the psychokinesis barrier he had set up earlier, forming a huge sealed net that trapped all the liquid on his body. It gradually compressed into a ball the size of a fist and fell back into Ito's palm. It was unwilling to be imprisoned like this, so it tried its best to struggle against the psychokinesis barrier. If it was in the hands of the Dark Elves, it might be able to burst out with enough power to break through the psychokinesis barrier and regain its freedom. Unfortunately, it didn't, so the power it could release was not strong enough. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break through the psychokinesis barrier. Ito flipped his palm and put the ruby-like liquid into the Rubik's Cube world. Okay, I'll send you back now. Our Earth is still waiting for you to save it, Ito said as he turned around. Me? Save Earth? Yes, you. If you do well, perhaps the next time we meet will be the day you reunite with me, Ito said. Are you serious? Yes. I don't need to take sides with you on this matter, Ito said with a smile. However, he secretly added in his heart that the prerequisite was that he had already dealt with the matters of the 9 regions. Okay, I hope Earth won't be destroyed because of me. Using his extraordinary spatial senses and the location talisman of the Flying Thunder God technique that he had left in London, he returned to the abandoned factory where she had disappeared first. Okay, go back quickly. Your friend is looking for you. He looked at her and smiled. In the end, he didn't say anything and jogged out of the corridor with the device. It's time for me to start my journey to the 9 regions. But before that, I have to go back to New York. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the corridor of the abandoned factory. At the same time, in a dark universe somewhere in the boundless starry sky of the 9 worlds, a group of creatures with dark skin, silver hair, long and pointy ears, tall and slender bodies woke up from their long slumber. Apart from the fact that they were different from the elves in the legends, they were different from the elves in all other aspects. They were similar to the elves in all other aspects. Chapter 22:18. Welcome, Mr. Chen. As Ito appeared, the artificial intelligence Jarvis's voice instantly rang in his ears. Hello, Jarvis, Ito said. I want to see Tony. Okay, please follow my directions. Sir is waiting for you in his office, Jarvis said. Under Jarvis's guidance, Ito came to Tony's office and saw him. Stark himself, but in addition to him, Captain America also appeared in the room. Nice to see you, Chen, Tony said with a smile as he stood up. Really? Why do I feel like you don't mean what you say? Ito raised his eyebrows and asked with a half-smile. Ha, of course it's true. Tony chuckled dryly and said with a thick skin. Forget it. I'll take it that you're sincere. Ito said nonchalantly. Then with a thought, he released Captain Marvel, who had been imprisoned by him for several months and had almost used up all his remaining value. Captain Marvel? Tony called out in surprise. I'll leave him to you now, Ito said. What's going on? Tony asked, puzzled. Tony, who had only seen Ito eat and had never seen Ito vomit, could not understand why Chen Zhao would be so kind as to release Captain Marvel this time. Because you'll need him in the near future, Ito said calmly. That's why I came here. Now that it's done, I won't continue to cause trouble here. Good luck. He did not wait for Tony. Stark and Captain America did not react. Just like when he came, he instantly disappeared in front of the two of them. Seeing Ito leave, Tony looked at Ito. Stark and Captain America looked at each other. Their gazes fell on Captain Marvel, who was still a bit dizzy. On the other side, Ito, who had teleported away from the Avengers' underground base, flashed. He reappeared in the city of London, England. Using his spatial sensing ability, he began to search for the various spatial dislocations and tried them one by one. 1, 2, 3 Soon, a new abnormal spatial dislocation was tested by Ito-sei. He took the opportunity of the dislocation to leave the Earth and step into the land of one of the 9 stages of Norse mythology. This was a vast expanse of green grass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, the green grass would be blown to the side by the gentle breeze, giving off a mesmerizing smell of plant. The sky was a deep blue. It was like a huge sapphire hanging high in the sky. Standing in the same place, Itose took a deep breath and moved towards a direction. After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking, a large number of green-skinned orcs appeared before his eyes. Itose didn't stop and went straight to the front of the tribe. $$, almost at the next moment, the orcs in the tribe lit up and shouted in their unique orc language. Immediately afterward, 2 orcs rushed out of the tribe and ran towards Seito. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, he could tell from their expressions and actions. It wasn't difficult to see that these 2 orcs came with ill intentions. It seems that this is the territory of the orcs. I just don't know if it's Vanaheim, Svartalfheim, or Alfheim. Seito thought as he looked at the 2 big orcs rushing towards him. Vanaheim, the world where the Vanaheim race lived. Svartalfheim, the world of the gnomes. Alfheim, the elven kingdom. Although this was the name, it didn't mean that only the Vanaheim race, gnomes, and elves existed in their territory, but there were also other races. It was just that the 3 races had the largest number and occupied an absolute ruling position. The orcs were a kind of inferior creature that existed widely in the 3 realms. At least in the 9 realms. They were inferior creatures with no intelligence and were cruel. They didn't know how to grow crops, and their survival depended entirely on breaking and harvesting plants. Of course, this was under the circumstances when the season was good. If they encountered bad days, they would also do some plundering. Gnomes, elves, and humans were their targets of plundering and food. Therefore, it was obvious that the lone Seito had become a good snack in their eyes. But their monotonous and dead brain cells didn't think that a human who dared to appear in front of their tribe alone was not a character to be trifled with. Perhaps before they could enjoy the delicious food, they would lose their lives first. At this time, Seito stretched out his arm and grabbed at the air. The 2 orcs immediately flew up from the ground uncontrollably and flew in front of Seito. Then, together with Seito, they disappeared in front of the tribe. The next moment, Seito and the 2 orcs appeared on a grassland about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the tribe. Then, Seito waved his arm and the 2 orcs fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Before the 2 orcs could recover from the fall, a new force descended on their bodies. It was like a mountain boulder that pressed them to the ground, and they couldn't move at all. They could only howl in anger and panic like wild beasts. Roar! Seito then summoned the witch Amora from the Rubik's Cube world. I didn't interrupt your rendezvous with Saul, did I? Seito looked at Amora and asked mildly. He wasn't teasing her. Amora had been drained of her power by Seito and his subordinates, and had been locked up together with Seito. She had become an ordinary human and accompanied the dejected Saul every day. After a long time, she finally used the seduction techniques she had learned in the past and her true feelings for Saul to open Saul's heart and make him accept her. It could be said that the 2 of them were together entirely because of Seito's role as the matchmaker. Even though Saul didn't appreciate it at all, Amora only appreciated a little bit of it. You didn't release me just to talk to me about this, did you? Amora, who had already noticed the 2 orcs being suppressed, spoke softly. You understand. Seito chuckled, then turned his head to look at the 2 orcs and said, Help me ask where this place is, and then tell me how to go to Vanaheim, Asgard, and the underworld of Helm. Amora, who could faintly sense what Seito was going to do from Seito's words, narrowed her eyes, and a look of shock involuntarily appeared on her face. However, she didn't say anything. After all, although the 2 of them weren't mortal enemies, they were definitely not friends either. They might not even be at the level of passers-by, so she wasn't in the mood to remind Seito. She then turned and walked to the two suppressed orcs, and asked them in the Asgardian language commonly used in the Nine Realms, which was also the language of the Divine Kingdom. In the beginning, the two orcs were very unyielding. They scolded and hooted and didn't answer Amora's questions at all. However, after Sei-Ito used all kinds of torture, the two orcs' will to resist quickly collapsed, and they gave the information that Sei-Ito wanted. And just as Sei-Ito had speculated, this was the world of the dwarves, Svartalfheim. Since they knew the location, the two orcs had no value in existing. Sei-Ito casually killed them with a blow, then overturned the earth and swallowed them, turning them into nutrients to nourish the weeds on the ground. "Where are you going first?" Amora asked after Sei-Ito dealt with the orc captive. "Let's go to the underworld of Helm first." Sei-Ito thought about it and decided. "Unfortunately, I can't take you there." Amora paused and said softly, "Just like its name, the underworld of Helm literally means the underworld. It's not a place where living beings can go. Unless I still have the strength from before, I have no way of taking you there. At least not while you're alive," Amora added. "All right then, let's go to Vanaheim." Sei-Ito looked at Amora quietly for a moment and changed his mind. "Okay. Then, the first thing we need to do now is to..." Amora nodded and said a name, pointing out the location of that place. After knowing the direction, Sei-Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately reached out and hugged Amora's body, activated psychokinesis to envelop the two of them, and flew quickly toward Sora. Boom! Under the protection of psychokinesis, Sei-Ito didn't have to worry about his body's endurance. He increased his speed to supersonic speed and broke through the sound barrier, shooting into the distance like a meteor. At supersonic speed, and not just twice as fast, a large magic formation similar to Stonehenge in England appeared before Sei-Ito and Amora's eyes. Sei-Ito's figure flashed and appeared beside the magic formation. "This is the portal, a tool used to travel between worlds. We can go through it and reach Vanaheim directly," Amora introduced. "How do I use it?" Sei-Ito asked. "Normally, you'll need to use Noron stones. You obviously don't have that, so you can only rely on your own strength to activate the magic formation. But I have to remind you that it requires a lot of energy." Amora looked at Sei-Ito and said, "I don't have much on me, but energy is the one thing I have the most." Sei-Ito smiled faintly. He then held Amora's waist and walked into the magic formation. Standing in the center, he channeled the pure energy in his body through the soles of his feet into the magic formation. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.